INI.
Ryan Nasher from Atzel Nash and Ziegler.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we are back from a continuance from the previous planning board meeting. It's an outdoor fitness center project, body weight exercise area at the college. There was an outstanding item dealing with the town drainage consultant, which we believe the letter that's received clears that up.
Okay, thank you. Let me go through the consultant reports.
Thank you.
Office of Building and Zoning Planning, Rick Oliver, July 23rd. Has no further comments. Weston and Sampson, July 21st. This is the drainage. It is our opinion that the increase in stormwater runoff can be successfully mitigated for this project. We therefore recommend that St. Thomas Aquinas Fitness Court site plan be approved for drainage subject to the above project comments, of which there are one. And I have a letter from Asner and Nash dated May 15th, just describing the property, and I have the short EAF dated May 15th, 25. Adrian, anything else? Okay, thank you very much. Any questions or comments?
I have nothing right now.
Thank you. Lisa, any questions? Mike?
Mandel, no comments.
Okay, thank you. Denise,
No
nothing?
comments.
Mike, anything?
Oh, no, this should have been taken care of for last meeting.
Okay.
Glad you came back.
I'm good with it.
Bruce, okay. I'll open up to the public. Can I have a motion to open it to the public?
Motion to open public portion?
Do I have a second?
Second. All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this project? One more time. Anybody from the public wish to speak on this project? A motion to close the public session?
Motion to close public portion?
Second? All in favor? Aye. Motion for,
to reaffirm.
Re-
Motion to reaffirm secret.
okay.
Mandel?
I'm trying to figure out when. I think they're too
Do I have a
close.
second on that?
Second.
Okay, Andrews, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None? Motion for final with conditions?
Motion for final with conditions?
And conditions are, Office of Zoning Planning, Rick Oliver, July 23rd, 1. Weston and Sampson, July 21st, 1. And that's it. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None? Good luck, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for getting us back so quickly.
Right.
Next item on the agenda is Databank Lawrenceburg Phase 2 Site Plan, BB 25-02. Please step up and sign in, please. Yes.
This is likely to perhaps be the longest matter. Do we really want to do it now and have everyone wait for this one to be done?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
This is likely to be the longest matter before the planning board tonight. Do you want to call it second?
We have a room full, I mean, everybody's waiting to do this, so I understand what you're saying. I think we should get it done because, instead of waiting.
Okay.
Because we really don't have any room for everybody to sit for everything else.
Tony Corey, Databank, QORRI. Ronnie Queen. It's in my car.
Good to see you again, Brian.
Sorry, this is Dan LaFrisco.
Spell your last name, Dan.
LOFRISCO.
I'm sorry? What's the last thing you said?
Billy Horn.
Trent Sutton, S-U,
Wait, spell your name?
Trent, and then Sutton, S-U-D-D-E-T-H.
And your name, sir?
Paul LeBlanc, L-E-B-L-O-N-C.
Wait,
L-O-N-C. Island Associates.
Yes, sir. What can we do for you? Gonna turn, push the button, so blue, green, there we go.
It's a whole new ballgame here, huh? Thank you, Mr. Warman, members of the board, members of the planning board. My name is Brian Quinn. I'm with the firm of Blakely, Platt and Schmidt.
Sir, can you be quiet, please? It is loud. That's as loud as it goes. Stenographer has to hear, please. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Firm is Blakely, Platt and Schmidt, where offices are in 1 Blue Hill Plaza, Pearl River, New York. And I'm here as the attorney for the applicant this evening. The property is located at 2000 Corporate Drive. It's at the end of Corporate Drive. Many of you may be familiar with it. It ends in the cul-de-sac down there, and the Verizon building, or Verizon had a building there for many years. It was an office building. It was subsequently converted a number of years ago to a data center, and they ultimately sold it, and DataBank is now the owner of that. DataBank previously received an approval from this board for the demolition of the then existing Verizon building and the construction of a new data center, approximately 146,000 square feet. That, I think, was in 2023, and that building has been constructed. This is a new application now for an addition to the existing building, 7,906 square feet, a new data center building of 146,480 feet approximately, with approximately 7395 square feet of administrative space to the south. A standby power equipment yard, 52,000 square feet, and a new electrical substation upgrade. There's an existing substation there. The yard for the substation will be approximately 72,812 square feet. I know that there is a number of correspondence. We're happy to deal with any of the issues that you may want to discuss. Other than that, I will turn it over to Mr. LaFrisco, who's acting as the engineer on this one. Provide more details.
I'm not sure who has the controls for this screen, or I can just stand in front of the boards. This is the pointer, but can I change?
Don't look into it, though.
But can I change that plan to match the plans that we submitted as part of this application? Yeah, we're looking for C.101.
Well, that's a laser if you want to use it. That's why I gave it to
Oh,
you.
thank you. There we go. We'll do that one. Should be one of the first couple of sheets in. Try to talk from the mic back here. Or I'm just too close to another one, maybe. How's this? Better? All right. No. Maybe another one or two in. It should be, I think, the fourth sheet or something. There we go. Yes, that's it. As Brian mentioned, the plan is the phase 2 of the data center project, 146,000 square feet, new data hall with additional 8,000 administrative space, the substation, and the adjoining stormwater facilities and access roads. Our property is obviously constrained by a number of things, Lake Tapan to the west, neighboring residential properties to the south, the ball fields and other neighboring residential properties to the north. The dimensions that are difficult to see on the screen show that we're no closer to the neighboring properties than the other data center done by Bloomberg a number of years ago. And to the north, we're no closer than, I believe, 230 feet from the closest neighboring north property, 231. In terms of the zoning compliance, the site being an LIO zoning district has a maximum floor area ratio of 0.4. Our proposed project is 0.24, roughly half, and the max building height by the zoning regulations is over 110 feet, and we're well below half of the max building height regulations. However, and we can actually flip to a couple screens below this for the overall site plan. That one, yep, 9, yep. Yes, thank you. We are going to be pursuing a number of variances in regards to the parking count. We're proposing far less than the code required parking because the use of the facility does not necessitate the need to have well over the prescribed 1,000 parking stalls. With the addition of Phase 2, our total parking count, I believe, is 106. 105 total parking stalls, and we're going to be having a variance request for loading docks, which is less than what would be prescribed for a warehouse, and we're not enclosing those loading docks, so the variance would also request that these, similar to Phase 1, is a variance for the enclosed loading dock, and we also have an additional request for a permitted obstruction in a setback, which is a retaining wall. And the reason for that is, and different from the first round of the application that you saw, we added a retaining wall to the west of the property. Let me use the pointer here. Right here. This retaining wall was at the request of the state DEC in order to reduce any potential negative impacts to the wetland. So by adding the retaining wall, although it's a structure in the setback, we're actually reducing the limits of the disturbance and the grading. So we're pulling that out of the wetland and reducing our impacts per the state request. The site is pursuing joint wetland applications for review by the Army Corps and the state DEC, so we're in the middle of that process, and we're working very closely with them to have the most responsible design adjacent to the wetlands. Regarding the stormwater management, I'll flip a couple more pages now, actually, down to, I'm not sure Trent's going to help us here, but probably like the 15th.
It's 14.
14. The Phase 1 stormwater management practices that are operational now and in use, Phase 1 is substantially complete, both the site work and the building, are going to remain, are going to continue to support the project's stormwater runoff. However, this proposed plan will decommission former settling basins and stormwater basins and introduce a new stormwater infiltration basin to the southwest corner of the property. We had originally proposed this, you've seen this in the original submission. However, since that time, we've done percolation tests in the seasonal window where the groundwater would be at its highest or the most restrictive in order to confirm that we have adequate infiltration and meet all the stormwater requirements to propose a green infrastructure practice like this that's going to accommodate the runoff generated by the project. And that is currently under review by the DEME. It was also reviewed by Weston and Sampson, and then in their letter, they advised that the drainage is appropriate and is recommended for approval. And then finally, I just want to add that as part of the stormwater work and the work around the wetlands, we are filing a watercourse diversion permit that's been submitted to the DME also for review. And in this case, the only impact is that we are decommissioning the starting point because it's originated from a man-made basin that created the beginning of the drainage swale. We're obviously decommissioning that, but we are also reducing the discharge rate and the velocity. So we were not having a negative impact on the downstream drainage, so no negative impact to erosion through that swale. And then finally, for the stormwater management plan and construction phasing, we're planning 5 stages of interim soil erosion and sediment control, which will be worked out very in close coordination with our construction management team, and again with the DEME's review and approval from a local MS4 standpoint. That's it for me.
Anyone else?
We tried to keep it brief, Mr. Chair.
Let me go through the consultant report. Let me have my lighting back, please.
Oh, of course.
No problem. Thank you very much. Okay. Office of Building, Zoning, and Planning, Rick Oliver, July 23rd. He has 8 comments. The Department of Environmental Management and Engineering, Town of Orangetown, July 11th. They have 7 comments. Bureau of Fire Prevention, Town of Orangetown, July 8th, have 5 comments. Weston Sampson, July 10th. Drainage review recommendations. It is our opinion that increases in stormwater runoff can be successfully mitigated for this project. We therefore recommend that Databank Orangeburg Phase 2 be approved for drainage subject to the above project comments. The recommendations for approval with respect to drainage is dependent on the town's acceptance of legal documentation demonstrating the applicant's legal ability to eliminate, alter the existing stormwater infrastructure within the existing easement as outlined in the DME's previous letter. And he has 8 comments. Okay. 14 comments, thank you. I have a letter from Roman Professional Engineering, PLLC, dated July 8th. Okay, I have a letter from Rockland County Department of Planning, dated July 21st. And they have, first they disapprove it, and they have a total of 21.1 comments. 28.1, I'm sorry. Okay, I have a letter from Rockland County Environmental Health dated July 16th with 3 comments. I have a letter from Rockland County Sewer District Number 1, July 22nd, 2 comments. I have a letter from Eli Maloney dated July 22nd. She's a resident of Japan.
Is it a letter or an email?
I'm sorry, it's an email. Thank you. I have an email from, I'm gonna get such trouble on this one. It's QIZHANG, July 21, another email. I have a letter from Chris Kilblosky and family, July 21st. I have a letter from Matthew Hemlin, July 21st. I have an email from Audric Kramer, July 20th. I have a letter from Clifford L. Davis, dated July 18th. I have a letter from David Rosen, July 18th. I have from Acantech, February 12th. I think it's just the cover for the wetlands delineation report. Oh, site sound study. I have another letter, March 3rd, from the wetlands delineation report from Kimberly Horn. I have a letter, March 20th, from Lisa Massa. I'm sorry?
I said, I think it's to Lisa Massey from, Kinley Horn. Addressed to Lisa regarding.
Next one, after, no, the
Yeah,
other way.
yeah, I think it's
after.
the
The other one?
Yeah, go one more back.
Oh,
Lisa Massey's.
Lisa Massa, I did that one,
It's
okay.
addressed to her.
DEC response from Kim Horn to the DEC.
Okay. I have a letter from Highland Associates, November 27th, 2022, revised February 10th, 2025. I have a letter from Kimberly Horn, dated March 3rd, 2025, revised May 5th, 2025. I have another letter from Kimberly Horn, May 16th. And I have a full EAF dated 11/13/24, revised 5/10/25. Okay, Mike, do you have anything else?
I don't think so. I think we read all the letters. Everything?
Yes.
Okay, Andrew, anything?
That's it.
That's good, thank you. I don't know if you have anything else.
Mr. Warren, I believe we've had an opportunity to see all of those except for the first 2 you mentioned. I think there was one from Mr. Oliver. So if I could just get copies before you leave.
Oh, we
tonight.
did, definitely, okay. I'll give it to you before, before we're done.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Oliver, and what was the Just that one.
Two today. The second one.
From DEME?
Yeah, Rick Oliver and the DEME.
That was dated today is only Rick.
Yeah, I give you Rick.
Just this one, thank you.
Okay. Okay. Andy, question or comments?
Yeah, Rick, can we go to the landscape, drawing, please?
Your mic on?
Andy, yeah, okay.
It should be in that same package, but near the bottom.
You want just the landscape?
Yeah, Rick, please.
You had it open, it was in the site development plan, it's just in the bottom of that PDF. It's gonna be near the bottom, I don't know the exact number, but it'll be,
It should be.
I don't think it's that far.
Rick, it's LA-1.1.
yeah, it's probably.
Got 49, it takes a little bit, it's a big file.
Keep going. One more. Okay, I'm getting close.
Next one, I think.
This is the parcel to the south end, you wanna see the other one?
Is it-
This is the
Is
overall.
overall.
This is the overall. Yeah, this is good, Rick. On the overall,
Want the pointer?
no, I have one right here. On the overall, you have listed, all the listed trees here, deciduous and everything like that. But I have a hard time finding it on the map. Finding those trees, they're not listed, you don't have a number, how many trees there are.
You've gotta go to,
Yeah, on the other
Andy,
plan, maybe the next
it's
one.
got a LA-1.1, gives you the listing of trees.
Okay, all right.
Next, should be next slide, Rick.
Yeah, I think if you're looking closer to the
There
Jersey
you go.
border, then that'll give you the counts.
There's your listing.
Okay, I see. Right here, all the counts.
Yeah.
All right. But as I look at some of the species that you have white pines. White pines, deer love white pines. I'd rather see, especially down here on this border here, I'd like to see some green giant arborvitaes. It's a good screen. I doubt if you'll have much noise, but it's a good deterrent for noise, and much better, less, deer don't have a tendency to eat them. And I would assume in this area, there's a lot of deer. Some of the other plants, the deciduous are okay. And I'd like to see, well, I can't make out.
Here, Andy.
Let me see. I just want to see it. Yeah, I would replace the white pines with the green giants, and everything else looks pretty good. You might want to add some more trees in there.
Is there a certain location for adding more?
Well, no, I think everything that you have around the northern part of the building is okay. I'd like to see a little bit more of the green giants on the south side, yeah.
Got it, okay.
Just
There is a 100-foot vegetation buffer, but, there is a 100-foot vegetation buffer between the housings and the development, but no problem. White pines and solution for that is not an issue at all.
Yeah. Now, how is the grade down there? Is the grade, are you below the development that's, right below that? Or are you up higher?
Yeah,
It's relatively the same.
Relatively
So
same.
It's high points on the left side of the sheet there, and it
Yeah.
floats
And
down.
how tall is the building in that area?
32 feet.
32 feet.
32 feet with a 10-foot screening for the
I don't know, you might want to consider maybe a berm to plant the trees up, you know, to bring it up, give you more of a screening.
You mentioned that, we considered it, actually, and so there's a trade-off with that, and that is that we have to increase the limits of disturbance on the grading, which would cut into that 100-foot protected vegetated buffer, and so we were using the lesser of two evils and saving the vegetated buffer, because we're constrained with the grading.
So then then let's do some green giants in there.
Yes, sir.
But don't put them too close together, because they'll die off. They have a 25-foot spread, and they'll grow 30 feet tall.
Understood.
So, I have nothing further right now. I'll wait until, see what happens with the public.
Question or comments?
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Andrews. We'll certainly take them into consideration. Of course, we do have to go through Akabor, but
Yeah.
we'll see if they'll go along with that.
We have final decision on landscaping.
Hi. Wondering if you can address Rockland County Planning's comment number 1, just about the concerns about energy consumption of this project, specifically, about how the energy use was estimated and calculated, and the significant concerns about Phase 1 and Phase 2 operating together and combined, and the impact that that's going to have. Is the current grid going to be able to support that?
Yeah, so just Tony Corey, Vice President Construction at DataBank. So, first answer is first phase, Orange and Rockland currently has a 45 megawatt substation on the premises, in which we have 2 circuits dedicated to us, which is 30 megawatts of consumption for the first phase, first building. The second phase, second building will mirror that, so an additional 30 megawatt of consumption. So what that means is that existing substation is stranded 15 megawatt of capacity, hence the fact that we have to build an additional substation to support phase 2 of this project. We've spoken to NY ISO, who is an independent arm of the transmission, and we've spoken to Orange and Rockland. We have a full design for the substation, and what the current requirement is we build a new 60 megawatt substation to support not only the new building, but the existing building. And Orange and Rockland, as the local utility, requires us to take that load and swing it over to our new substation, which frees up 45 megawatt of capacity for other commercial, industrial, and residential loads in the local market.
So with the construction, you said 60 megawatt, is what I said, right?
Yeah, total, sorry.
Total
It's a little,
60, right.
a little technical
Yeah,
on
yeah.
that aspect. I apologize, but
That's going to be enough to be able to cover Phase 1 and Phase 2?
yeah, 60 megawatt is a max, and I'll tell you right now, no data center really ever hits 100% of their load, so 60 megawatt is maxing out that entire campus.
My other question was about the watercourse diversion. I just need more clarification on that. Could you show me exactly where, what's going to take place and?
Can I have
where
the
water's
point
gonna be
there? Sure,
diverted?
absolutely. If we go back, I think it was sheet 15 was probably the best one, or maybe 16, the enlarged view of the grading plan. Okay. So underneath the proposed access driveway is the former settling basin that's on the site currently. That is the outlet to the current stormwater discharge point. We're obviously decommissioning and abandoning that, so our Our diversion is that we are sliding the discharge point south into the drainage swale and discharging at a lower point, and then it's continuing the way it has been since it was created. And we're also reducing the discharge rate and velocity coming into that swale. So the concern would be, are we doing something that would erode the swale or erode the water course? And we're actually improving the conditions in the water course because we're not increasing the flow rates. We are changing the discharge point into it. But originally this was man-made, so this is a water course that was man-made and has become mapped. The existing basin is going to be decommissioned during our phased construction.
Yeah.
And we will have temporary basins during construction, and ultimately, this new infiltration basin will handle the capacity and the water quality volumes that used to be handled by other basins. In addition to supplementing the basins that are already built for phase one. They're going to remain and still be in use. And I would just point out also that this basin would not be activated during construction. It's not meant to handle sediment or runoff during construction in any way. It's going to be clean from the start and would always remain clean and free of any sediment.
Those are the only really questions that I had. I just want to echo that I have the same concerns as Rockland Planning, just in terms of the energy use, water use, noise, bald eagle's nest, and, the same concerns. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Mike, questions or comments?
Yes. Maybe. First some housekeeping comments. Excuse me. The FEAF 11/13/24 revised 5/10/25, page 2, B, subdivision D, add Orange and Rockland to local agencies. Wait for it.
I'm sorry, what was the
Sorry, what was the
question?
question?
No, I'm just saying, this is housekeeping.
Oh,
You gotta
oh.
make these corrections on your sheet. Stay at
Add
Orange and Rockland at that point. Page 5, D2, B2, regarding use of fill in the wetlands, have you submitted an application to New York State DEC yet?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you received a reply at this time?
We've been in correspondence during meetings. We have not received a formal letter, but that their input through our meetings is what led us to add the retaining wall. And I didn't mention it before, we actually shrunk the footprint of the generator yard and walkways so that we can, as best as possible, stays out of the wetland.
Well, we're gonna need a letter from them.
Oh, yes, yes,
Affirming
yes.
that,
We're,
okay.
we're still in review with them, yeah,
You know, they take time to get around to it.
yes.
Page 5, D2, C and D. C1, you state that the facility, Phase 1 and Phase 2 will use approximately 11,955 gallons of water daily. Can you reuse any of this water?
Yeah, so from a water perspective, from the cooling, it is an air-cooled chiller deployment that goes on the roof, and that's a closed-loop system, so that water basically recycles through the loop. It's not introducing daily. The discharge will be from toilets, sanitary use, drinking water, but as far as from a cooling perspective, it is a closed-loop system which maintains within the design. Phase 1 was a little bit different. MEP infrastructure was a refrigerant-based system. This is a more efficient system, actually, from a PUE, power usage efficiency perspective.
All right, on the same as D2, D2, you state that the mechanical discharge from humidifiers will produce 540 gallons per day, which is 197,000 gallons a year. Can this water be diverted for use in landscaping as part of the green infrastructure?
That's fire? You said fire?
No.
Oh.
What I'm saying is the water, I'm asking, the dehumidifiers, there's a mechanical,
Dehumidifier, sorry.
yeah, mechanical discharge, sorry about my voice.
Sorry, no, I'm-
From humidifiers will produce 540 gallons a day, because we're talking about a lot of water usage. Can this water be used as part of the landscape watering?
So Mike, I have my civil and my MEP consultant here. Today, it's not in the plan, but yes, we will evaluate to look at recycling the water from that perspective.
What about the use of rainwater in conjunction with the use of that? I mean, it may not be much, but water is a scarce commodity as for Rockland County planning. So is there any thought about that? Since it's a large roof, it's going to get rained on. The gutters are going to take the water down, using that as part of the sprinkler system, whatever, because you have grass and whatever, which you're going to water. Usually you do. So is there any thought of using it?
It's a consideration from a civil perspective, but
Evaluate it.
there's some elevation
Okay.
coordination there, so Dan,
Right.
I'll lean on you.
Okay.
We'll have to, right now, we're not doing any irrigation, mechanical irrigation on the landscaping.
All right.
But we could look into the use for gray water.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, we could work with the MEP if there's any feasible use for rainwater reuse, like
Right,
cisterns or
because
something like that
in Florida,
inside
they
the
use a lot of the
building.
gray water to
Yeah.
irrigate and just, to have. Okay, okay. Page 7, D2J3, parking spaces. Existing 840, proposed 105. ZBA minutes dated 9/21, page 7 of 7. Board has requested and the applicant has agreed to show on the plans an area that can be land banked, all the required spaces minus the 69 that shall be provided. So that would leave 670 for land banking. Phase 1 and 2, the required number was 1264. Land bank would require 1,159, which would be 105 spaces provided as the plan shows. So the new building, if I'm correct, will be built if you get your variances on the land bank parking spaces? Yes? Verbal? Yes?
That's yes. Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, thank you. Okay, last thing on the parking, the planning board decision on January 11th of 23, page 27 of 27, number 19, snow storage areas. Are they sufficient? And I looked at the plans by the parking, I didn't see any areas specifically marked for snow storage, unless I missed it.
I don't recall labeling them myself personally, did we?
Yeah, we show
Okay. He remembered though.
right here.
Is that the squiggly
The
marks?
squiggly marks.
No, it's gotta be
We'll call it-
stated,
We'll call it out and label it, I
Okay.
guess.
We have it in the legend, but yeah, we can.
right, yeah. add on the-
What drawing number is that, just for the record?
3-1.
C3-1,
C3-1.
squiggly marked, relabeled as snow storage.
Yes, please. So keep looking for it and never find it. Okay. Okay, page 8, D2P1, subdivision 3. Okay, fuel oil to power up backup generators. Each generator is going to have its own fuel storage tank?
That is correct.
Okay, how's that work? Each one is that, could you tell me about the tanks themselves? Are they double lined?
Yeah, so each tank is a double wall tank, double protection on it. I have to look at the exact spec on this project specifically, but it's anywhere between 4,300 and 6,300 gallons per generator. When the fuel manufacturer arrives to the site, they will fill each tank independently through the generator housing. There is no main storage tank, there is no centralized tank. Each tank is designed for, if there was a brownout or a blackout for the utility, we could support the facility off of 24 hours per each tank. So it is an individual 24-hour dual wall tank per generator.
Okay, and where the fuel is pumped into, is that interior to the generator itself, or is it exterior?
Yeah, so there's access through the screen wall within the generator yard. There is access points either through the screen wall or door. As you get into the generator enclosure, you will open up the generator enclosure and you will pump directly into the enclosure.
Okay. Now, if there's a spill there, what's the precautions to take care of any oil that's spilled at that location?
So during phase 1 of this project, we wanted to concrete the entire generator yard. Bruce Peters at the time said, no, we were not allowed to, we had to put in rock. And coming outside of the yard, there's a oil and water separator, so that if the fuel were to enter into the rocks, it would separate from the water going into the sanitary system.
Okay. Your scheduled testing is same as, I guess, phase one, Monday to Friday, as per note 90 on Plan C-1.0. How many times a month do you test each generator?
It's a one-time-a-month test. To be honest, I don't have my facilities or operations guys here, but the DEQ is what drives our ability to test those, whether they're during the day or after hours. Department of Air Quality is who is driving those testing periods. We have our standards, but we have to abide by the state emissions law and regulations.
What are they, do you have anything, are they saying they should do it at night, or?
Currently, it's during the day.
Okay, so Monday to Friday would be good?
We don't want to disrupt a residential unless
Right.
it's in case of an emergency.
Okay, all right. Now, as far as the generator yard, what measures are taken to attenuate the noise from testing or during an emergency from the generators?
So each individual generator is based on in this phase, we have the Centec sound study. So based on the DBA requirement, the sound decibels meet the local code requirement based on the residential and other commercial restrictions. In addition to, we did put up an acoustical screen wall, which is a louver screen wall to allow the proper airflow, but it does also implement an additional acoustical barrier which dampens the sound beyond the code requirement.
Okay, now, okay, they're over 8 feet high, those panels that are going around, I think.
Yeah, they will screen in the entire generator enclosures, everything up to the roof level. And then
Right.
any cooling that's on the roof is also screened in with the same type of acoustical enclosure.
Okay. Just a couple of questions about the generators. Do they have a low-speed excess mode for quieter testing, or?
Those speeds, depending on what we're doing, whether it's an outage or just a monthly test, will ramp up from 25% up to 100%. Our tendency is we want to test them at 100% because we are a mission-critical facility. We want to make sure that if it's a financial client, an AI client, an insurance client, we ramp that thing up to 100% to be able to back up of our facility. So there will be load stepping. You will notice, I can't really say you'll notice a noise because you can't, but if you were there to witness it, you will notice increases in electrical consumption based on how we're testing those generators.
Okay. Now, these generators, do they have an acoustically designed enclosure?
They do, yeah. I think local code is 75 dBA per the sound requirements and or 75 or 73?
That's the generator itself?
Itself, yeah. So you have a generator on basically a platform.
Right.
And you'll have an enclosure over it, a sound attenuated enclosure that sits over it, each one of them independently. And to your prior question on the fuel tanks, each one of them sits on a double-walled 24-hour fuel tank independently.
It's 80 dB at daytime for Township of Orangetown, and it's 65 dB daytime for New Jersey DEP requirement.
Okay, now, does these generators have a diesel particulate filter to catch?
They do not. The local jurisdiction by the DEQ is a Tier 2 requirement. It's not a Tier 4. A Tier 4 would require a diesel particulate filter, a DPF, and an SCR. Local jurisdiction does not require that.
Now, the roof is going to have 24 chillers, 6 condensers, 12 air handlers, and 6 exhaust fans. And you said before the chillers are all air-cooled?
The chillers are air-cooled, yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right. Are any of the others water-cooled, or they do not use anything?
On the prior phase or this phase?
This phase?
No, everything's air-cooled in
Okay.
that deployment.
All right. Okay, now, the and the noise attenuation barriers around the rooftop, what are they, 8 feet high or
10 feet.
10 feet? And they are acoustical,
Correct. Acoustical properties to deflect any sounds and not emit it towards the property.
The only reason I ask, you mentioned the Centec report, the Sites Down Study 2/12/25. It shows that nighttime emissions might, under circumstances, conditions exceed the limit, and that was on pages 9 and 10. But they said that they don't believe that it ever would. And it said high, I forget what it was, had to do with heat and,
Yeah, there is a recommendation based on the acoustical consultant that the stock rated conditions modeled in their analysis may be above the threshold. Therefore, we have to look at more efficient fans and potential insulation of them. We've done this in multiple markets. The efficient fans will meet the requirement. We are committing, as of today, to deploy the more efficient fans in our chiller spec.
okay. And as I mentioned before, the green infrastructure, but you're gonna take a look at that. But the reason why I asked that before, just for the record, is Kimball Horn response to Rockland County comments, 5/16/25 report. They talk about, and they wrote, there's no opportunities to implement these techniques were feasible. So I think it should, definitely be looked at, as I said, with the things.
Or
Okay.
we want to be a good neighbor, so if we have to implement additional landscape, we're willing to take a look at that.
Okay. Rockland County Planning comment dated 7/21/25, page 2, concerns the energy uses which was talked about before. Has Orange and Rockland conducted any studies or supplied correspondence on this, including impact on electrical grid and surrounding communities? I know you mentioned something before, but their comment number 1, must provide correspondence with O&R to demonstrate that energy demands of the facility can be met. So have we gotten anything from them? If not, well, you asked for it, or we can ask the buildings department to ask, but if you can get that. But they stated what you talked about before, the load being transferred from one substation to the other substation, and its effect upon the community.
Yeah, so Orange and Rockland is working in conjunction with NYISO, New York Independent System Operator, which is an independent transmission piece of it.
Right.
Multiple studies, not just data bank, there's residential developments, other commercial developments, other data centers in the community that we
Right.
considered in this. So we anticipate that in the August, November, potentially October timeline with some of their delays, there will be some formal documentation in the energy study, and it's not gonna just be for us, it's gonna be a whole lot of slew of developments that you guys are gonna see here in the near future.
And I guess the same thing too. Have you received any communications from Viola on the same thing as to the amount of water being used? And this goes from Rockland County Planning again. Page number 3 on paragraph 2, they talk about it, and they just want something that the project will not have a detrimental impact on the adequate supply of water for county residents. So
Yeah.
if we can get something from them.
So again, back to a closed loop air-cooled system, but
Right.
Dan, I don't know what conversations you've had with Viola, but if you wanna jump in.
Yeah, so when we made our will serve request for phase 1, we actually submitted the request for both phases. And I think actually, I mean, as you know, it might even be a reduction in what we had originally. So we're gonna update the will serve letters, but it would not be any more
Okay.
than we requested previously. But they won't take our request until after we're past preliminary site plan approval. So we can't engage with them right now, but
It's like
they will
DOT.
confirm that later, yeah.
Cart before the horse.
yeah. Okay, no further at this time, Mr. Chairman. I'll
Thank
wait
you very
till
much.
after the public
Okay.
comments for anything else. Thank you.
Denise, any questions or comments?
So in response, Kimberly Horn, in response to one of, question 14, said, green infrastructure practices and reduction of impervious surfaces were considered for the project, but no opportunities to implement these techniques were feasible. Can you explain what was considered?
Yeah, so what we were mostly considering there was places where we could do porous pavement or do more infiltration. What we learned during phase one, because we were trying to do infiltration basins to the north half of the property before, was that the soils don't bear the capacity to percolate. So you can't have porous pavement if the stormwater has nowhere to go. On the south half, we were actually fortunate that in this corner, the soils do have that percolation. They are able to absorb the runoff, the stormwater runoff. But it's only in this area, so that's why we have that type of practice here. That's green infrastructure. We will revisit the idea of water reuse or other more creative, sustainable solutions. But in terms of, other methods, we couldn't make any other practices feasible because of the site conditions.
Okay, just in general, there just seems to be a lot of concerns about potential impacts to the environment. It's stated here several times and stuff, so that was the only question I had, but in general, just concerns.
Mike, question, comments?
Oh, yeah, there's a lot here, we have a lot of information, trying to get through it all. The consultants chimed in, but when we were doing phase one here, I remember you guys came through and you said how it's almost like gonna be on the footprint of a Verizon building. It's not gonna have an impact, it's gonna be the same height. But the reality is, you can see how massive that building is, when you're at the Little League field, it's right up against it. And it's like, all right, so, we made, they kind of, not that we made a mistake, but we didn't realize how big that impact would be, how big that building was. Now we have another phase two, it's gonna be bigger, and now with that, we have all these environmental issues that you can see through Rockland Planning and the other correspondence. They're saying this plan should be disapproved, and they really outline the reasons: the electricity use, the water use, even the bald eagle nest monitoring, they have issues with that. The sound study, to make sure, despite these measures, the noise generated will still be significant, particularly at night, and be close to, if not potentially exceeding, noise standards allowed by this code. So they have problems with the noise, your noise study. The amount of water, it's just, there's so much going on here, and there's also something we have to work out with the town about a possible zoning issue too. And I know Mr. Mandel brought up a few of your FEA issues on the floor, but I want to point to something that kind of stuck out, and I guess it's, let's see, well, we gotta go back to it. D2, is that E? It's tough to read.
What page?
Page six. It talks about your water runoff. And it says, will the stormwater runoff be directed, where will the water stormwater runoff be directed? And then there's a part that says, if to surface waters, identify receiving water bodies or wetlands. And you put that the receiving water body is gonna be regulated wetlands, regulated stream, and Lake Tapan, along with regulated wetlands as described in the NYSDEC. So you're saying that the runoff from this property will be flowing into Lake Tapan as filled out in your environmental form?
I'll
Yeah.
turn to civil to.
That's ultimately where it's always gone. Only we're reducing the amount of runoff it's ever seen before from the pre-existing conditions.
All right, just wanna make sure that was a correct statement. So
And
the
then that's
runoff-
why we're going to the state for the wetland application. That's why we have the SWIP with review under the DME. So we're doing it in a responsible way, but that's always the way the site has ultimately
Well, there
gets
wasn't, there wasn't a building there.
when I say pre-existing, I mean the Verizon conditions.
Yeah, and
So-
Verizon had a less impact on that area than,
We're actually doing less stormwater discharge than Verizon had,
well,
because we're infiltrating stormwater runoff and we're detaining it. So we're actually reducing those peak runoff volumes.
all right.
And the regulations are more restricted. Yeah, the stormwater design manual has been recently updated, so we're actually held to a higher standard than Verizon ever was years ago.
All right, and now there's also issues with, with filling in wetlands. Our comprehensive plan talks about our town protecting wetlands, not filling them in, not, diverting streams. So there's a lot of, you can tell by the other members, there's a lot of environmental issues here, and I'm sure the public's gonna bring it up too. So besides the environmental issues, there's also residential concerns. I think when phase one came through, we talked about, when phase two happens, that substation by the neighbors, by the northern, I guess, is that northern neighbors, would be an issue. How close that substation is to the residential properties there. And the concern is how close the building is to the residents in the Jersey side. You know, I think you have it at 150 feet from the property line?
To the face of the building, yes.
To the property line, to the
Property line,
residential
150
properties, it's
feet.
over 230 feet.
But to the property line, it's 150 feet, so in golf term, 30 yards?
For the building, it depends on which point of the building, which property line you're talking about. All the building setbacks comply with the zoning regulations.
I'm just saying, well, the property line is straight across. So how far is the building itself to the property lines? 150
Over 150 feet.
150
yeah.
feet, all right, 30 yards?
No.
No? Oh, 50 yards, yeah, I'm sorry, yeah, I'm not good at golf. I'm always a 20 yards short.
Ditto.
But,
we're
no,
exactly
so now
150
you're
feet.
talking a 32-foot building with 10 feet, on top of the roof. So 42 feet from the property lines. You know, I mean, I'm with Andy, I love screening, I love trees, but I don't know if that's gonna work. I think the building is too big and too close to that property line. I'd like to see some renditions of viewpoints, from the property lines, not just the houses, but from the property lines themselves, like how that building would look. And, cause you can get a sense of how big it is, you know? I'm gonna keep it short, cause I know we got the public here, and they wanna, really get their points across. But, just to sum it up, and I'll say something else after the public too, Tom, if you don't mind, but this is a huge project with so many concerns, neighborhood concerns, environmental concerns. And, you know, we received a lighting study, a noise study, a wetland report, and it might be beyond the scope of what we do up here. And I know we have town consultants at KRF that likes to review these big projects and gives us guidance, when it comes to something that's this important to the town. And I think it would be a good idea if our town consultants would take a look at this huge project like they've done to WPT and like they've done to 125, 155 Greenbush Road. They give us a lot of information, they look at all the reports. Like I said, we have a lot of information here, and it might be too much, you know? And it'd be nice to see the town consultants kind of give us some guidance. So, you can chime in later, but, that's all I got for now, Tom.
Okay, thank you. Bruce, question, comments?
So it's 150 feet from Jersey, the building?
The building is 150 feet from the property line. It's over 230 feet from the nearest residential properties, which is no closer than the neighboring Bloomberg data center. It's actually farther in most cases.
What's in your equipment yards? What kind of equipment?
The generator yards?
So those are all generators that go in?
Yeah, generators in a
That's
screen
what
yard
Tony was
with
speaking to you about.
transformers. There also is a 100-foot,
So you got a dozen generators along that?
there's a 100-foot vegetation barrier between the property line and the Jersey side as well, in addition to our landscaping.
I've never really seen anybody build or it news to me that we allow people to build in the land bank parking. I've never really seen an application to come in and ask for something like that before. I just think it's a little strange, you know, building in, so if you had to do land bank parking, how much would you have to cut off the building to accomplish that? Got any idea? I mean, 670, that's a lot of parking.
Yeah.
It's a lot of spaces. It's a lot of, you know, it's quite a big problem.
Yeah, well, Mr. Bonds, I think there is recognition in the town that data centers do not require the amount of parking that other uses
I
do.
get that, but you still have to land bank for parking, because it may not always be a data center.
Yeah,
We've
well,
got plenty of projects that have been approved,
you know,
gone by the boards, you know, after X number of years, and they've been repurposed for some other use that may require that 670 parking spaces. That's the whole point of land banking.
Yeah.
So.
I think I actually handled,
It's a little odd concept, that's all I'm saying.
I think I actually handled that application to the ZBA on phase one. And, you know, the argument that I made at the time, and I think it was recognized by the ZBA, is the fact that if this building ever gets converted to a different use from from a data center, it's going to require an amended site plan application. And they're gonna have to, if they're gonna convert it to an office space, then they're going to have to comply with the then existing parking regulations for office or warehouse or anything else. I mean, they are investing a tremendous amount of money, and I don't think you're going to see a repurposing of this building anytime in the near future. And again, that would require,
So using like every square inch of the lot.
Well-
which are a lot more so, because you need other variances also, so.
Well,
Yeah,
well,
it's a huge lot, I get that, but still,
yeah, I
to
mean,
be using every square inch and beyond, you know?
well, yeah.
Can I ask a question just about what you're saying? You know, it says that there's 7,395 square foot of administrative office space. How many employees will be using that office space? How many cars do you anticipate will need to use that square footage?
I was on site today, and there was 30 customers doing a tour, and I would tell you 15% of our overall parking was occupied. So from an operations perspective, I'd say a max of 7. If you overlay our customers, maybe throw in another 5. Let's call it 20 people max, just as a buffer.
I mean, what's gonna be the benefit to Orangetown other than tax dollars on a project like this? We have other data centers, we have, you know, at least when it was Verizon, I wasn't around for the first project, but when we had Verizon, they at least provided some parking for the Little League, you know, a couple months out of the year. Obviously, that went by the boards when you did phase 1, so, you know,
We have somebody from Little League here tonight.
community involvement on your side, you know, that's what.
I think as we get into the public, when we get to the Little League and what we do for the community and be able to create jobs during the process of the job or the project and thereafter from hiring locals, I will allow people in the public to speak, hopefully on our behalf,
How
but
many people are gonna be employed there?
during the course of the project, we hit about 460 people during the course of the project.
Wait, then that, once the project's built, it goes away, right? So I mean, after the project is built, how many people are gonna be employed there?
Understood. You referenced the Little League, but I'll let them speak on our behalf later on.
Anything else, Bruce?
No.
All right.
I'm just not big on all the variances, yeah.
Okay. Any of the board members, anything else? All right, a motion open to the public?
Motion to open public
Do I have a
portion.
second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, gonna open it up to the public. Okay,
Can you,
we have a couple of
can you move those two?
things you have to do. Do me a favor, that last board, could you please take that down? Okay, we want everybody to be able to speak. If the person in front of you has said exactly what you're saying, please just say, I agree with whomever. There's a sign-in sheet, please, as you come up to speak, please sign in your name and address, and then come up to the microphone, again, state your name and address for the record, please. And again, we want everybody to speak, so,
And if your signature is not legible, please print your name. Makes it easier for us to start.
right. And you're gonna be limited to 3 minutes, please, because we have a lot of people here, we want to hear from everybody, okay?
They have to talk to us, not them.
Right, yeah, okay, and address all your questions and comments to the board, okay? Please, who's ever first, come up, sign in, and then come up to the microphone, state your name and address to the record, please.
What's your name, sir?
Clifford Davis. I've submitted 3 letters to this board.
Yes, sir, state your name and address for the record, so we have it.
My name is Clifford Davis, 44 Church Street, White Plains, New York. I'm counsel for David Rosen, 10 Buckingham Place, Old Tappan, New Jersey, Chris Kiobowski, and several other neighbors in New Jersey. They'll all be directly impacted by Data Bank, and we are in opposition to this project. There's an elephant in this room. There's no zoning compliance here. This is an LIO zone. Data centers are only permitted in the RPC OP district that was confirmed by Rockland County Department of Planning. It is not a fiction that it's not permitted in the LIO district. And the town board, on October 10th, 2023, in the revision to the comprehensive plan, confirmed it was not allowed in the LIO district, and that if it was to ever be enacted, that there had to be conditional use standards. So number one, This board has no jurisdiction over this matter. It's not permitted. They're not coming in for a use variance. And number two, there are no standards to apply. Secondly, as raised by some of the board members, on September 29, 2022, the zoning board granted a variance that they would allow less parking spaces, but only on the condition that there was 670 land bank parking spaces. Yet the applicant here comes to this board claiming that they're somehow under siege and that they don't want to require any land bank spaces. So what they're basically reneging on is the approval that was given by this board with the zoning board under phase one. They're pulling it out under the rug from this board. Now, this board, on January 11, 2023, approved phase one, but it imposed strict conditions, making clear that there could not be construction of phase two. Is condition 14 meaningless? Does it just ring hollow? This is what was said in the resolution. Quote, "The land bank parking spaces will be located where a second phase of the data bank center was proposed in previous iterations of the site plan. The applicant must understand," so they understood, "that with the proposed land bank parking spaces, phase two, as formerly illustrated, cannot be constructed." Now, with that land bank parking, it's completely improper planning, because if this building ever needs to be repurposed, where are you going to get the parking from? Now, the attorney for the applicant says, oh, they'll have to come in, but that's a bunch of malarkey. This board has an obligation with their urban planning department to make sure that it's proper planning. Now, the applicant claims it's going to seek variances from the ZBA, but it cannot seek a variance and usurp the powers of this planning board. The ZBA cannot usurp the powers of the planning board. Further, this is a type 1 action. It is not an unlisted action. It is over 10 acres, more than 100,000 square feet. It requires more than 500 parking spaces. There was a submission that was sent out for lead agency status. If you could just let me finish, I have so much to say.
I
but
understand, but we have to allow 3 minutes for everybody, please.
Not a problem, but I just have one other thought. So there was improper notice sent out with regarding lead agency status because it told those other boards that it was going to be an unlisted action. It misrepresented the significance of the project. And finally, there needs to be an EIS. Let's stop the dance. If this project doesn't require an environmental impact statement, no project does. The threshold is very low. It is just the potential for merely one significant adverse environmental impact. All of these board members have said that there are so many environmental issues. So why not do it all at one time and have a scoping process and do it the proper way? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now,
I don't mean to cut you off, but we gotta allow everybody 3 minutes.
this is just a procedural. No, this will take a second. When you stated about the letters, I had submitted a June 30th, 2025 letter, and that was not stated. So here are 3 other copies.
Yes, sir. Next. State your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, hi, my name is David Rosen. I live at 10 Buckingham Place in Old Tappan, New Jersey, adjacent to the Databank's property. At the last planning board meeting, some of you were highly skeptical, and I see similarly about the massive size of this expansion plan. To get phase 1 approved, as our attorney just mentioned, these land bank hundreds of parking spaces. The attorney for Databank at the January 8th meeting said, well, we can't build phase 2 without the land bank parking spaces going away. Let's forget about it. Let's rethink it. Well, should we rethink phase 1? Phase 1 was approved based on that condition. A condition is a condition and really should be, that's the integrity of the process. Now they want to basically forget about that. Without land bank parking, the building can't be repurposed, as earlier stated, granting Databank's request to reduce required parking by effectively 90%, they're saying. This is not, oh, I need to take 100 parking spaces away. I want 90% because we don't need them. Well, computer technology is changing rapidly. In 10 years, a lifetime in technology, these data centers may be obsolete. They're building 5 gigawatt data centers in various places, which will be much more efficient, much more cost-effective. Putting all these environmental concerns here even to a side, the bottom line, these may not even be cost-effective, this facility, in 10 years. So do we want to create another Rockland psychiatric campus that's going to be collecting dust because these facilities can only do one thing? There should be land bank parking. They're trying to build on every square inch of this. They want their cake and eat it too. In December last year, Rockland County Planning Board, and I haven't seen the latest letter, unanimously said again, this should not be built. Unanimously. And I really ask you guys to please rethink this. I know last year, 2 years ago, phase 1, you guys overruled Rockland County. Please, let's not do that again. This is a much more environmental issue with the wetlands. Also, what didn't come up is they are proposing another variance. They're proposing that they want to be in some places 79 feet from the watershed, where I believe in some of the letters, Ms. Slavin, I believe it is, said it's clear. It has to be 100 feet from the border, not 79 feet. So that makes a huge difference. Why are they doing that? So they can build bigger buildings. You asked them to consider that at the January 8th meeting. They really didn't give any serious consideration to making this a smaller facility. I really trust, I can talk about fire hazards, I could talk about many other things. Given the time frame, I just trust that you will please reconsider this. They knew they couldn't build phase 2 then. They really know it now, and you really should please. Thank you.
My name's Steve Jackson. I live at 407 Grace Avenue in Northvale, New Jersey. I'm a retired chemical engineer and a lot of experience in 407 Grace Avenue in Northvale. I've engineering degree and worked a lot in chemical manufacturing, and my comments are going to be related to the safety risk that is in data centers, and really they relate to the issue about the energy that's on the site. That is a direct electrical connection to the site, the materials that are stored on the site, like the diesel fuel for the generators, and mainly lithium batteries that are used as default power backups. Some questions I have about the fundamental safety of the data centers in general, and this one specifically is, do you have the ISO rating, that's Insurance Service Office rating, for the proposed site and the existing site? This rating looks at both the site and the capabilities of the fire departments that are going to support that site in the event of an emergency. Just want to make sure that the Orangetown Fire Department confirms that the proposed and existing buildings conform to the NFPA standards 75 and 76. Can this design center, or data center, designed to handle the putting out a fire in the event of a complete power outage? And also, you note for the record that there's 8 fire departments under the Orangeburg umbrella, but one of these is further away from the proposed data center than the old Tapan, New Jersey fire station. So shouldn't the old Tapan, New Jersey fire station be alarmed in case there's an event at the site? Also, are there on-site alarms that will alert any houses? Some of them are only 100 yards away from the site. We know that fire departments should have specific training in EV cars. Has there been specific data center fire training for the different fire departments that would respond to a fire here? And also, do the fire departments have unimpeded access to the site at all times, no matter whether there's a power outage or a lockout? Because there have been events with a power failure and the firemen could not get on site. Happened to Facebook about 4 years ago. Also in July 2023, New York State convened a fire safety working group due to fires at energy storage facilities in Jefferson and Orange County. Has the Orangeburg Fire Department incorporated these recommendations into their plans? Also, the lithium batteries and the diesel generators are used for backup. Does the town get any ability to review the data for how often they actually have to engage the generators or the lithium batteries to back up the site? Should also be noted that there's major environmental risks associated with these fires if there are lithium fires. For instance, lithium-ion batteries generate very hazardous hydrogen fluoride gas, which is strong enough to corrode glass. Also, there's solid and liquid fluoride byproducts that could contaminate the Lake Tappan Reservoir. Thank you for your time, my time to speak tonight.
Yes, I'm Betsy Longendorfer, 407 Grace Avenue in Northvale. Betsy Longendorfer, Longendorfer, 407 Grace Avenue in Northvale. I'm also a Rockland Electric customer. I'm a retired electrical and computer engineer. One of the key issues here is that the amount of electricity used by these facilities is outpacing the ability of the electrical grid to keep up and requiring large expenditures for power supply and generation, affecting customers far beyond Orangetown. DataBank's active center is reported to use 20, well, now we heard 30 megawatts of power. And as a rule of thumb, 1 megawatt can supply enough electricity to power 700 to 1,000 homes. So DataBank's first facility and the new one will consume 60 megawatts, as much as 60,000 homes. Rockland County only has about 110,000 homes, so these two facilities are using about the same as half of Rockland's current residents. Their materials even suggest that they may be expandable beyond that. A new power substation will be required to be constructed for this facility, and we hope this will be paid for by DataBank and not Rockland Electric customers. The power substation distributes the existing power, does not supply any new power. You may be aware that Rockland Electric sent alerts to its customers twice in June, asking for power cutbacks by all residents to avoid blackouts. The new power draw from the data center will bump up the daily power usage and therefore cause alerts to happen more often. Will residents be affected, or will the data center switch all of its power consumption to the multiple polluting diesel generators for an extended number of hours? Diesel generators emit particulates and nitrous oxides, which are both dangerous pollutants. Now, the average daily price for electricity for all users will go up too. To set prices, yearly auctions for standby capacity are held, where each power supplier bids the price and the amount of energy they can supply at any given time. At least for New Jersey customers, it was held yesterday, and prices increased by 20% over last year. In addition, there are multiple daily auctions to purchase the actual energy needed for that day. The utility, Rockland Electric, chooses the least expensive first and progresses on to more expensive energy as needed. But the kicker is that every supplier is paid the same price as the highest bidder that's selected. Therefore, pushing up the amount of electricity that must be bought by the significant amount of power needed to power this data center will cause higher prices across the board, even if only a small amount of electricity is bought at a higher price. It's probable that new power suppliers will need to be brought online. Will the Rockland Electric customers pay for them to be built? I urge that the data center be required to pay for those instead. A good analogy is a homeowner who builds a home a mile back into the woods, but then expects the community to build and maintain a road that would be only used by them. So well, I don't have much on. Okay, the Rockland Industrial Development Agency already approved $8 million of financial assistance to DataBank for the first center, and tax incentives of up to $50 million to DataBank's main customer, CoreWeave. Are we getting our money's worth for that? For only $40 million in revenue, and 10 to 12 local jobs. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address.
Melody Fiore, 99 Hunt Road, Orangeburg, New York. My family has lived on this property for over 50 years, and we are against this proposal. I am here as a resident whose property directly abuts that of DataBank's. As an Orangetown resident, I'm dumbfounded, actually, that the applicant's presentation of the exact same plan that was rejected 2 years ago, and again asked by you, the board, at the last meeting in January to come back with something new, something small, or something different. They've come back with the same plan. This massive plan continues to blatantly dismiss my family and the environmental and humanitarian issues of the communities surrounding it. It is unconscionable that the plans show the electrical substation on a site over 1.5 acres, directly 229 feet from my house, 231 feet from Jim Coffey's house, and about 300 feet from my sister's house. This distance is approximately the distance from this room to the street. Also, no specs on the electrical substation were included in this application. Why not? Why weren't they submitted? And I'm also greatly concerned about a fire. In March of this year, a substation fire ignited in a town near Heathrow Airport in London, England. Fire and toxic smoke continued for 18 hours, forcing the shutdown of the airport for hours, canceling thousands of flights, and evacuating neighborhoods. You cannot guarantee that an explosion and fire can't start here, causing shrapnel and toxic contamination to be thrown directly on our adjacent homes. And it's not a preposterous possibility, considering DataBank has already experienced an electrical fire in their building. On March 26th of this year, I smelled smoke coming in from my opened windows. I went outside, looked over at DataBank, and saw fire trucks and numerous evacuated workers. I immediately got my camera and photographed the event, not sure if anybody would believe me. There are strong winds that blow from Lake Tapan. That's how I smelled the electrical fire. With the approval of this application, a terrifying fire event is exponentially increased. Brightview residents, children playing at the ball fields, New Jersey residents, and the longtime residents on Hunt Road deserve better. I am asking the board not to be short-sighted and consider the true risks to all of us because of the enormous power and water that's needed to feed this data center. Please deny this phase. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. State your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Thomas Gallagher. I'm going to get there. Thomas Gallagher, 59 Charles Place in Old Tappan, for the record. I am the current mayor of the Borough of Old Tappan and a former fire chief in the Old Tappan Fire Department. I have a resolution that was sent to the planning board and to the town, and I'd like to read that into the record, if that's okay by the board. Okay? Whereas the mayor and council of the Borough of Old Tappan have become aware of the application for DataBank Orangeburg Phase 2 on property known as Section 73.15, Block 1, Lot 19 in the town of Orangetown. Whereas the proposal includes the construction of a data center as well as an electrical substation on the property. Whereas the impact of the existing and proposed data centers on this property will require approximately 60,000 megawatts of power, or roughly the equivalent of, I heard tonight, maybe 60 to 75,000 homes. With additional existing and proposed data centers in the area, we feel it places a heavy burden on the existing electrical infrastructure. Whereas the data center technology rapidly advancing, it is possible that the existing designs will become immediately obsolete and will have unnecessarily caused irrevocable environmental impacts. Whereas the application includes a 70,000 square foot outdoor electrical substation and will have it add further industrial level electrical infrastructure to the site. Such massive infrastructure challenges puts a big impact on public health. Whereas emergency service of the Old Tappan and Orangetown are both members of both members will be seriously challenged to extinguish a fire. Furthermore, the impacts of a potential fire could add toxic chemicals to the reservoir, which could make the reservoir unrecoverable. Whereas the Lake Tappan watershed and buffer will be impacted by significant disturbance and will render the ecosystem service of these valuable lands ineffective. This disturbance will impact the local flora and fauna and reduce the water quality of Lake Tappan. The impact of Lake Tappan will bridge states and all people, whereas the data center will have a significant visual impact on adjacent shared view sheds, including adjacent residential uses, businesses, and roadways. And whereas the sound will emanate from the data center will create a proposed 60 AC units on the roofs, will degrade the quality of life and will interrupt both people and wildlife. And whereas data centers are not permitted use of Orangeburg's LOI zone and the time of the original application. Whereas impervious coverage adjacent to a connected watershed will impact everyone. Whereas the visual and noise impacts are unknown, and should the power go out, there will be 24 generators running to keep 120 HVAC units working. Now therefore be resolved by the Mayor and Council of the Borough of Oak-Tappan and all of our residents oppose DataBank Orangeburg Phase 2 projects, and we ask that you deny this application. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, hi, my name is Jacqueline Drexler, and I actually live in Valley Cottage. D-R-E, whoops, C-H-S-L-E-R. You know, I don't even think I need the mic, but I'll try to. It's 116 Sierra Vista Lane. Thank you. It's 116 Sierra Vista Lane in Valley Cottage. So I grew up in Palisades. I've lived in Rockland County my entire life, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak here. Wetlands must not be disturbed or traded. Wetlands are the best defense against flooding from storms that are getting much more worse, dropping huge amounts of water in short time periods or hanging around for days. Furthermore, wildlife is going to be disturbed. The huge amount of energy consumed by data centers cannot be ignored, and adding another substation is just incredible to think about. Then there is the water consumption. I understand the data center is cooled with a closed-loop system, and that's good. But this company seems like it's a company that is going to keep expanding, and more water may be needed. Rockland County has a finite supply of water available. So I move on now to the air conditioners, 60 air conditioners existing, 60 extra air conditioners, and the diesel generators. So you have cumulative impacts to our air that will possibly end up being superheated, which can contribute more to climate change and more storms. Then there's the noise 24/7. It seems as if this existing data center was approved for a light industrial district without proper zoning for data centers. How can such a segmented project be allowed to move forward? And where's the transparency on this? Furthermore, I want to talk a little bit about the IDA money. IDA money is being used to such a huge degree here. IDA money, these things were invented to bring businesses into communities that would be community businesses where people would live, buy, eat out, and be a part of the community, not for transient building jobs that culminate in 10 positions. So I'm going to just kind of finish up here. So we have the issues of water, energy, disturbance of wildlife, wetlands protection, the AC and generator usage, diesel, no less. I mean, we're in 2021, diesel generators, noise and air pollution with particulate matter, and the possible continued heating of the atmosphere. Data centers are very big contributors to climate change without much benefit to the community, only to the corporation. So I see tonight that I've heard that there's way too many issues and way too many variances, and there must be an absolutely full comprehensive environmental review under SEQR that not only satisfies this board, but that satisfies the public. So please deny this. Thank you.
Yes, hi. My name's Sam Fratto. I'm the business manager of IBW Local 363, 8 Taylor Lane, New City, New York. Sure. F-R-A-T-T-O. You guys messed me up now. I don't know how to use it, so I'll just wing it. You can hear me, I'm sure. Yeah, IBW Local 363. Hey, doing good, right? Okay. First of all, I'm probably not going to use my whole 3 minutes anyway, but I want to say I'm up here with respect for the board. You guys have a hard job. You have a lot of people that looking for you to do things, myself included. And I respect you guys too, because I know you have an issue with this thing coming up, okay? I don't have as much issue as you guys do. I'm here to support the project. I think that if they do what they're supposed to do, which it seems to me, you're asking them things and they're coming up with answers. If they do what they're supposed to do, I think it should be approved. I heard a lot of things in here today. I go to a lot of these meetings. This happens everywhere. Anything's going to get built, there's always a crowd to be against it for different reasons, and they believe whatever reasons they are. But you guys are going to come and find the pertinent reasons that really, I don't want to say they don't really, that really matter to this project. We'll either make it go or not. They're a good company. I've experienced with them. They are good for the community. I won't mess it up for the Little League people, but they're very good to the Little League and probably a few other places. And if we ask them, I'm sure they'd be good to whatever else you would like. Let's talk about the jobs that this is going to create. Now, I have 2,500 members. Most of them are in construction. People look at that like, oh, it's just a temporary job. This October, Local 363 in New City is 100 years old. We have been giving people jobs for 100 years. Our guys own nice houses in this area. They make good money. They have good jobs. They raise families. They put their kids to college. They do all those things because of these jobs. You think that it's like, oh, it's temporary. I got news for you. Every job is temporary. If I sell swimming pools, I sell one pool, it's over with. I got to find another pool. So every job's temporary. We're just easy to pick at because construction does look like you're there and then you're not there. We don't disappear. We're here. But anyway, I heard things about substations. I was happy to hear about the electric, where they do take a lot of electric. But this is what data centers are doing now. They're building their own power supply so they don't take the power from the people. So it looks like they're answering that. As for the lake, the water, listen, that closed loop system kind of answers that. The runoff, I don't know everything about, and you guys will make them do what they need to do. Hey, almost 27 seconds left. But anyway, there's no disrespect to anybody in here. Like I said, I know there's a lot of pressure when you guys are on these boards, and people get emotional, okay, and are asking you, like, just, kill it, kill it, kill it. You can't do that. You have to look at it legitimately and weigh it out, and then you're going to make your decision, and everybody's going to have to respect whatever decision you guys make. 1 second. See you later. Thank you.
Sorry, I have a long name.
Nobody else had signed in.
So, my name is Chris Kalbowski. I live, okay, Kielbiowski, 6 Buckingham Place. So, I live with my family at 6 Buckingham Place, directly adjacent to the proposed data bank Phase 2 site. I'm here tonight because obviously this project raises serious concerns, legal, environmental, and ethical issues. When I purchased my home in 2023, it was with clear understanding based on this planning board's own statements and documents that a facility could not be placed where they're proposing Phase 2. In your prior approval, this board clearly conditioned it with the following statement. The land bank parking spaces will be located where a second phase of the data bank center was proposed in previous iterations of the site plan. The applicant must understand with the proposed land bank parking spaces, Phase 2, as formerly illustrated, cannot be constructed. Why are we here? At worst, I thought my family would have a parking lot behind our house, but not an industrial 45 megawatt building with noise and diesel generators, which are eventually going to transition to batteries, because that's just where the industry is going. I also listened to the board members back in January that Phase 2 building was massive and too large. You asked for visual representations of the building facades to better understand the scale, but since then, the applicant has ignored those requests, dishonoring this board by pushing ahead anyway. This is respectful to your integrity and the planning process. Now they're back asking for variances that breach the agreements and expectations already established. This isn't compromise, it's manipulation and disrespectful. This proposed second Pandora's box is the size of a 5-story structure and is not a 1-story structure as shown on their COI site plans. At full capacity, it will consume as much as electricity of 90,000 homes. This is not a modest addition. It is a massive industrial scale operation. It is an AI data center, not like Bloomberg next door. It's an AI data center. It's 10 times stronger. It has a lot more power. You can't compare it. And it's designed for corporate clients with no local connection. Worse, it is funded by a significant majority of foreign investors who stand to gain the most, and our region absorb the cost. These foreign investors are not aligned with the interest of our community or the United States. Now, this also has affected my family. I'm out of time. But I want to say thank you for your service. I know you guys are in a difficult position, and I expect you to make the right decision. Thank you.
Penny Rosen, ROSEN, 10 Buckingham Place, Old Tappan. As I said, my name is Penny Rosen, and I live adjacent to Databank's property in Old Tappan. This massive plan proposes to impact unique wetlands, a variety of wildlife beside a critical reservoir serving tens of thousands with plans for backup diesel generators and battery arrays. The latter are particularly controversial, not permitted by New York State, and have been criticized for the potential fire risk and toxic risks. The risk of fire is real. As mentioned, on March 26th, the Pearl River Fire Department responded to a smoke condition at Phase 1 facility, reportedly caused by testing equipment and a short circuit. Imagine the consequences of a full-scale fire near the lake, the ball fields, and the wooded perimeter. Electric fires and battery fires are difficult to extinguish and can be toxic. An article was provided to the board a few weeks ago showing examples of 22 data center fires. This was further reinforced by the recent article in the Rockland County Business Journal published just a few days ago. The town relies on volunteer firefighters who need specialized training and equipment. Imagine an out-of-control fire next to the open lake and heavily wooded watershed fueled by gusty winds, which happen during certain times of the year. We can't say that it won't happen here. This county is still reeling from the Evergreen Court fire in Spring Valley. A fire here would be even more devastating. On top of this, the economic math doesn't add up. The Rockland IDA has already awarded Databank and CoreWeave, their key customer for their existing building, up to $58 million in tax breaks, while the town and county may see just a reported $41 million in benefits over the next decade and a small number of jobs. This application should not even be under review by the planning board, as the current zoning in the LIO district doesn't permit data centers. Even putting that aside, this board made it a condition in its resolution for the approval of Databank's now-built data center that they could not build Phase 2. Our coalition includes residents from both sides of the state line. The reservoir doesn't recognize municipal boundaries, neither does smoke, contaminated runoff, or electrical blackouts. Our region deserves good planning full transparency, and leadership that keeps its promises. We call on Orangetown's Planning Board to remind the applicant that they had already agreed that Phase 2 could not be built as proposed. DataBank is making significant commercial use of their property. Oh my gosh, that ran out really fast, but, okay. I'm sure you get the message, and again, appreciate the jobs that you all do, because it seems to be a hard job.
Again, I want everybody to come up, please, if you have this exact same thing that person in front of you said, please, just state your name and address for record, please just state, you have the same issues as the person in front of you. There's still a lot of people that want to talk, and we're running out of time, so please do that. But we want everyone to, register their name and address, please. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, my name is Qi Fan, last name, yeah, first name Qi, last name Fan. 34 Corrigan Way, Old Tappan, New Jersey. I just want to point out that gentleman who said it's a great thing to build this data center. I want to let him know my house is right now right behind a data center. Thursday, Saturday, they run a generator from 8 to 3, non-stop. Okay, if you live in that environment, you will know how hard to living in that environment. And now we're adding another data center, even bigger than Bloomberg data center. The noise it will generate it will be unbearable. And now we already cannot live in that condition, and I complained. Okay, a month ago, I called the town. I called the building department, complained about the situation, about their running the generators from 8 to 3, and I was told there's nothing you can do about it. Okay, I was very disappointed, and they even give me the person's phone number. I called the Bloomberg data center person, and the lady said, "Oh, I will get back to you." She never got back to me. So the noise level is still there. Nothing changed. So I want to emphasize that this is not easy for us to living in that environment. I hope you can consider my concern. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Every time they do a call up, have your neighbors also call up.
Okay.
Building department, Rick, don't they go out on these things with the? They do, but they will go out. So call up each and every time, is it, the amount of time that they spent on it, because talking to people seems they're totally violating.
Okay. Yeah, I also have our neighbors also called. Yeah.
But document it when you call each and every time. Call each and every time. Call what? Call 2 hours later.
Okay.
Have each of your neighbors do the same thing, the more the better.
Okay.
This weighs on it. You can call the supervisor's office too. That's fine also.
Okay.
How often are they running the generators?
Saturday is once a month, but Thursday is every Thursday they're running. Yeah, they told us Saturday is because they have to do that. No, they said because they have to make the Europe. It's a time frame they have to compromise for Europe. So they past the Saturday they just did it 8 to 3. Once a month, yes. Yeah. Okay.
Yep, Rob Bonamalo, 75 East Washington, Pearl River, New York. No? Oh. All right, just a little bit. I've been with this project for ever since they sold that property, through a few different angles. One being, first of all, a resident of Orangetown, and I got to say, I am for the project. Secondly, as president of Labor 754, right here in Rockland County, I got to piggyback a little with the electricians, is the amount of hours, thousands of man hours for this job that Phase 1 created for hundreds of guys, Phase 2 would be, just another way for these guys to get their benefits, health benefits, retirement, and things of that nature. Like you said, everything's not, it's temporary. But lastly, through the Little League, right? Same thing. Since day one, we've gotten word from these guys that bought it, and ever since, I think it was 2021 or so, our Zoom call with them, with Data Bank, have been nothing but great towards the Little League. Ever since then, every family event, I call them up, they bring things to us. Our opening day ceremonies they're at. They've introduced me to some of their clients, the Core Weave and KPMG, who I've had great conversations with, and we do have some good, exciting things that we're working on with them. As far as Data Bank, too, nonetheless, more than the generous donation they had just made for our refurbishing our clubhouses there that we've been putting off for years, and the lighting system. Very important. It was on its way out. We almost weren't allowed to do night games. I know parking was brought up, and don't get me wrong, that devastated the league, the parking situation. But, typical fashion, we got through it. We figured it out. We do have a slight contingency plan. There's a lot of moving parts to it, and we kind of really missed that window during that Phase 1 construction. But when we do go through this Phase 2, if you are so inclined to pass it, I have no doubt in my mind that they'll be right there with us to try to figure out somehow how to get us more parking. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Angeline Sheridan. I live on 31 Edith Street in Old Tappan. Sheridan. 31 Edith Street in Old Tappan. Thank you, Planning Board, for being here and for taking the time for hearing all of our concerns. I echo Mayor Gallagher's resolution, and I strongly oppose this development. I did have a specific question on whether or not the developers have considered jurisdiction of the Army Corps of Engineers with respect to Lake Tappan and the impact on Lake Tappan with this project. Just for the record, Lake Tappan flows into the Hackensack River, which is a traditional navigable water, which falls under navigable waters of the U.S., and that does fall under the Clean Water Act jurisdiction, which is the Army Corps of Engineers jurisdiction. So I'm not sure if that was already considered. I'm sorry, this is my first meeting, but that was the only question that I had. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, ma'am. State your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Sophia Spina. I live in 25 Knickerbocker Lane, and I've been working in Rockland County. ESPINA. 25 Knickerbocker Lane, Old Tappan, New Jersey. I've been working in Rockland County since I was 16, which isn't that long because I'm 19 years old. But what like bothers my generation a lot is a lot of the time we have to live with the mistakes that people like our ancestors, like my parents and their parents have with the environmental consequences that are going on now. And I feel like this meeting isn't just about this particular project. I've seen wetlands get knocked down and wetlands be torn, like in Old Tappan and stuff like that. I've been going to those meetings since I was 12, which I shouldn't have to. And it's just hard to imagine a future for myself and my future generation of kids when there's so much going on with the global warming and we constantly prioritize profits over the well-being of humanity. So yeah, that's basically it. There's just like a lot of environmental concerns with this, and it's, oh, what I was gonna say, it's not just about this meeting and stuff, like passing this would reaffirm that more companies could come into our area and urbanize it further, which would destroy the environment even further. Because I feel like after I've seen more of the wetlands, the companies passed in Ultapan with the wetlands being destroyed for their companies and stuff and such like that since like 2018, I've been seeing a lot more companies come into these kinds of areas and propose to build their whatever they want here. So that's it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. State your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Peter Ardito, and I live in 57 Glen Avenue East in Harrington Park, New Jersey. Ardito. Glen Avenue East, Harrington Park, New Jersey. Okay. I am on the board of directors of Bergen Swan, which is the Save the Watershed Action Network. We are a nonprofit that protects the watershed in Bergen County. We are also an advisory commission to the state of New Jersey DEP and Attorney General's office in protecting the watershed. What I want to bring up is that it's important, the watershed, to protect the environment overall and protect the neighbors. As you can all see, have heard what happened in Texas with the extreme rainfall. Well, we have Hackensack River that goes through here, and there are many towns, including mine, which are downstream of the Hackensack. So additional water can affect the people downstream extremely. Also, when the mayor talked about the possibility of a fire and pollutants going into Otapan Lake, that goes through the Hackensack to Oradell Reservoir. Over 900,000 people take water out of all the water coming from here. So if this water gets polluted and gets seriously damaged, you're affecting over 900,000 people. So it's very important to look out for the watershed. We have impervious coverage, large impervious coverage. That water has to go someplace. And if it's going to be dumped into the lake, it's going to be extreme extra water, especially when we have some of these waterfalls that are 5 inches within an hour. And these are the type of things that, just so you know, I'm also the chairman of the Environmental Commission for Harrington Park. I'm also the vice chairman of the Planning Board. So I have total understanding and respect of what you have to consider when you hear everything from both sides. But really, nowadays, I just can't express enough how important the watershed is to not only your community, but to people downstream in this case. Because again, Lake Tapan goes into the Hackensack, which goes through Otapan, it goes into Harrington Park, it goes into Oradell, and a number of towns downstream, which gets extreme flooding at times. Thank you very much.
Matthew Heinlein. It's Heinlein. 38 Corrigan Way, Old Tapan. Thanks. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Matthew Heinlein, and I'm here to urge the Orangetown Planning Board to reject the proposed Phase 2 data center project being developed by DataBank next to the Lake Tapan Reservoir. I want to focus my time tonight on the economic facts and the consequences that your approval could set in motion. At the county level, the Rockland County Industrial Development Agency, or IDA, as we've heard, has already approved nearly $8 million in tax exemptions to DataBank and up to $50.25 million in tax exemptions to CoreWeave, its client for their recently built data center. That's close to $60 million in tax breaks, and that may be increased with an approval for Phase 2. So the important question for us to consider is, what are we getting in return? The county estimates these facilities will generate just $41 million in tax revenue over the next decade, meaning the Rockland IDA is giving away more in tax exemptions than we're ever likely to see back, at least in any reasonable amount of time. Let those numbers sink in. That's not economic development. That's a bad investment. To be very clear, we know this planning board didn't approve those tax breaks. But if you approve this project, you're paving the way for the IDA to potentially approve even more tax breaks for a facility that creates virtually no jobs, offers no real local benefits, and does little to stimulate economic activity. Again, while the planning board isn't responsible for tax policy, you do have a responsibility to consider whether this project is good for the community you represent. And here's the real cost. Every dollar in tax exemptions means less funding for our public schools, less support for senior services, cuts to emergency responders, library programs, youth mental health services, and more. The IDA's mission is to advance job opportunities, health, general prosperity, and the economic welfare of the people of Rockland County. This Phase 2 project will do nothing of this kind. By Databank's own admission in their IDA application for financial assistance, they estimate that this project will only create a total of 10 permanent jobs. They don't bring foot traffic, they don't support restaurants or small businesses, and they don't drive long-term growth. Once this facility is built, it will sit behind a fence, burning through electricity and water, and giving back almost nothing. This is not what Orangetown residents or the surrounding community want or need. It's a corporate tax shelter, not a community asset. Your decision here could either protect our public resources or open the door to even more giveaways that will never recoup. Please say no to this project. Thanks.
My name is Jacob Rosen. I live at 480 Memorial Boulevard, Bayonne, New Jersey. My parents live in Oltapan, New Jersey. Memorial Boulevard. And my parents live in Oltapan. So I'm here to read a statement into the record regarding the impacts to the electrical grid. One of the most critical questions that this board must wrestle with is what is the impact of the electricity demand from both phases 1 and 2 on the electrical grid in Rockland County, northern New Jersey, not even to mention the town of Orangetown. While the EAF states what the proposed electrical demand is from phase 2, 1,681,920,000 kilowatt hours annually, it does not state that this it does not state what this information came from. Oh, sorry. It does not state what is the demand from phase 1, nor is there any support as to where this information came from. The marketing materials of the application speaks to potential expansion beyond the current stated amount. There is no information addressing the following. Is there a priority that electricity is provided to the data centers at phase 1 and 2 before electricity goes to other customers in the electrical grid? What is the capacity of the electrical grid? Can phase 1 and phase 2 expand their demand for electricity, or is there a cap on the demands? At what point will the electrical grid become saturated and overloaded? Will these data centers cause brownouts or blackouts to the electrical grid? What is the equivalent of the electricity demanded by phases 1 and 2 to the remaining businesses and residents in Rockland County and northern New Jersey? Has there been a discussion of other existing data centers on the electrical grid that are already in operation? Has there been a discussion of data centers which are in the development stage elsewhere in Rockland County and within New Jersey? Has Orange and Rockland addressed any of these issues? What will be the impact to the cost to electricity customers resulting from phase 1 and phase 2? What will be the impact to the cost to electricity customers from data centers already in operation and to those in the development stage? Is there a limit as to how many data centers are permitted in the electrical grid? There is no response to item 20 of December 20th, 2024 letter of Rockland County Department of Planning, which states, the town should have a clear understanding of the energy demands created by this project, the ability of the local utility grid to service the project, including utility grid resilience, as well as the potential impacts on other local economic development projects. Kimley Horn to date has not addressed this critical concern. What is the source of the electricity to the electrical grid? Is that source endless, or is there a limit to its capacity? What happens if and when phase 1 and phase 2 are fully operational, that the town understands what is the usage to the electrical grid? What is the monitoring of the electric usage? What happens when technology changes and phases 1 and 2 need even more electricity? How does the town address those changes? And has the town required under sequer for the applicant to pay for an independent engineer retained by the town to address all issues relating to electricity and the impacts on the entire electrical grid. Thank you.
Hello. Ron Shapiro, Shapiro, Lieber Road, Blauvelt. Data centers make up the cloud. They can be used for our local universities, hospitals, and technology companies, never mind everyday Orangetown residents when we use it day to day in our interactions with the internet. Most appropriate zoning for this data center is an LIO, light industrial zoning, which is where the Phase 1 project is and where Phase 2 belongs. The proposed location at the end of Corporate Drive made up of other light industrial facilities is a perfect place. The overall site drawing, C3.0, appeared to show them maintaining a 100-foot vegetated buffer from the fence to the property line. It's making it hard to read. More than 236 feet from the fence to the nearest residence, which is in New Jersey, more than 150 feet from the building fence to Lake Tapan. The proposed Phase 2 building does not appear to be any closer to Lake Tapan than what was previously approved. The lighting drawing shows no resulting light pollution from the site fixtures in the photometric calculations shown on the Kimley Horn drawings. They've made some good design choices for compliance with our Orangetown codes and being considerate to the adjacent residential properties by staying code compliant, and that's what needs to be enforced. Current day designs for data centers are lower water consumption than what it may have been considered in the past because they're using direct expansion type cooling or air-cooled chillers, as was mentioned earlier, which is a closed-loop system. Modern cooling system designs don't use any additional water after it's filled other than an infrequent maintenance event. Claims other than that, using lots of water daily is inaccurate. The acoustical design for all the noise-producing equipment, such as the roof-mounted chillers and generators, can be adapted and shown prior to installation and with an engineer's study, and then proved again during commissioning or operation that they comply with all the Orangetown noise ordinances. It is appropriate for this board to ensure existing ordinances are complied with and not appropriate to attempt to legislate new or modify existing codes as requested by the opposing people in social media, as well as here. This project will produce thousands of tradespeople jobs for the year of construction and then be very low impact to the community during operations, which would likely be very small occupancy of 10 to 20 people continuously. The proposed project has a new electrical substation, which would offload the existing grid. Although a B or an S occupancy facility of this type typically wouldn't require a sprinkler or fire alarm system per the building code, NFPA 13 or NFPA 72, these are typically designed with full sprinkler coverage and smoke detection throughout, which is the best way to detect. Thanks.
Hi, John Savage, 130 Crescent Road, Piermont. Savage, S-A-V-A-G-E. I'm sorry? 130 Crescent Road, Piermont. And I know the chair's asked us not to repeat things, so while I don't agree with the last person who spoke, I will mostly repeat many other things that have been said tonight. I just want to make it clear that Orangetown is here as well as New Jersey. I mean, kudos to you guys for showing up tonight. So I won't repeat what other people have said. We know this is a fire danger being built on an impermeable surface. We know it's going to overstress an already stressed power grid. We know that you've already rejected this as a board several times, right? And the only thing I would add is that I would request of this board that we stop calling this Phase 2 because you already told them that there would be no Phase 2. I don't know what this is, but it's not Phase 2 because they were told there couldn't be a Phase 2. This is a new plan. It's a new site plan. It's something else. It is not Phase 2, and I think we should stop using that terminology. And with that, my other question to this board, knowing that they accepted that, knowing that they were told that. They said that they understood that. What are the consequences for lying to this board and continuing to waste the time of the residents of this town? Yeah, that's really all I have to say.
Sean Hosford, Hosford, 65 Cardinal Street, Pearl River, New York. So I'm a Pearl River resident. I got a small family, new family, 3 children. I was also the construction project manager on the first building for Tishman Construction and worked for DataBank. The project created approximately 1,000 jobs, 475,000 man-hours, many of which were local residents, electricians, plumbers, carpenters, engineers, architects, etc. I consider many of these people over the past 3 years my friends. All of these workers are in support of the project. They ask me daily, when is the next building happening? They live in our community, their kids go to our schools, they support local business, and they pay local taxes. DataBank paid top dollars for these skilled workers and provided relatively long-term project for all of us, including myself and some of the people in the crowd. As a resident, I believe the end product is the best possible outcome for this piece of property, both for local tax dollars and for the limited noise and traffic and pollution. There's a lot of talk about drainage and environmental factors. I know that Kimberly Horn is going to do the right thing. I know that DataBank's going to do the right thing. And I know that Highland's going to do the right thing. And I know that the board is going to do the right thing. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you.
J.P. Lacour, Laqueur. J.P. Lacour, Laqueur. 17 Butlerville Road in Somers, New York. I'm the Senior Vice President of Marketing at DataBank, and I live in Westchester, so not far from here. Yes, ma'am. I want to take a moment to thank the board and all of the citizens who came here today for this discussion. I personally cherish the right for all of us. I cherish the right for all of us to be able to voice our objections on these matters. And I applaud everybody who came here today and spoke on behalf of their own interests. I would like to simply remind the board and the town of what we believe the benefits are for DataBank to be part of this community. First, there is an economic benefit. We will be generating, between these two facilities, $2.5 million per year in tax revenues. You already heard about 1,000 or so construction jobs. There are many of them whom are local folks and are union and well paid. And we do this with extremely low consumption of the town's resources. For instance, data centers generate almost no traffic or road impact compared to other facilities that might be office or retail. There's also the environmental issues, which we've heard a lot about tonight. We do not use lithium-ion batteries in these facilities. So there is no risk of a runaway fire hazard, which has been talked about over and over again. Our cooling systems, as you've heard, are closed loop, so they do not waste water. And we have purchased 100% renewable power for both of these facilities, which spurs demand for more green power for the community. And data centers are, by their nature, extremely safe, secure, and meticulously monitored sites, which is why we have a very, very good safety and environmental record across all of our data centers in the country. And third, and probably most important for you, is our community involvement. Our employee owners, and yes, we are one of the only data center companies in the country who have made every single employee an owner. Okay, so these are not just foreign investors. We own this company as well. And we are local citizens, some of whom even grew up here in this town and played ball on the fields that are adjacent to our properties. We are sponsors of the Pearl River Festival.
Pearl River Day Festival. We are sponsors, as Rob said, of the Little League and have spent tens of thousands of dollars just last year refurbishing the clubhouse and those lights. And our local staff, myself included, have come and been there as part of the league opening day. So in sum, I want to thank you for allowing us to come here and speak. We consider ourselves part of this community. We've been welcomed very generally by everybody into the community, both as business and individual employee owners. And it's our responsibility we take very seriously to be a positive contributor to the environment. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Caleb Ioso, C-A-L-E-B, Ioso, I-O-S-S-O. It's 83 Closter Road, Palisades, New York. I'm glad that the CEO of CoreWeave can spend some of the $10 billion on the Little League. I think that's great. I agree with all of the comments and share the same concerns as those opposed to this project have stated before. I don't want to take up all the time. They researched it a lot more than I have, and I applaud them for it. I came because I find it problematic to build a new structure on the wetlands right next to the reservoir. The fact that a comprehensive EIS has not been done when they want to have a variance to build on the wetlands within 80 feet of the reservoir is a recipe for disaster. If anything goes wrong, the reservoir and the residents nearby will be severely negatively impacted beyond what profits can fix. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Peggy Kurtz. I live at 220 Foss Drive in Upper Nyack, New York. K-U-R-T-Z. 220 Foss Drive, F-O-S-S Drive, Upper Nyack, 10960. I'm sorry. I'm here representing Sierra Club with over 500 members and supporters in Orangetown alone. Sierra Club's concerns about this project cannot be answered with the information currently provided. We ask the board to require a full EIS. I'm going to skip topics that were covered by others. Others have commented on the energy use. As to the energy, the costs are not limited to the substation. Is there sufficient transmission and distribution infrastructure for the cumulative impacts of all these data centers? I'm guessing that the costs of that expansion would fall on ratepayers. Water use. Just a few years ago, Veolia's predecessor proposed a massively expensive desalination plant. The costs would have fallen on ratepayers because of projected water shortages. With new development all over the county, this remains a real concern. If another major water supply source is ultimately needed, it will greatly raise costs for Rockland residents and businesses. I was glad to hear from the verbal comments this evening. I don't believe it was in writing, but for the verbal comments that a closed loop system will be used, that's good. How will water use change when the data center is expanded still further, as it seems inevitably will be? Apparently, the trend is toward more powerful and hotter chips running these servers. What safeguards will be put in place to ensure that the amount of water that these facilities would use, if approved, won't increase dramatically over time? Who will be actively monitoring this situation? The water use is a very serious issue for us because of what we've seen in the past. Impacts on the reservoir. This is hardly the perfect site, as somebody previous speaker said, for this structure. The risk to a drinking water reservoir must be taken very seriously. It is ironic that at the same time the town has also received state funding for source water protection, and yet it is contemplating this project with the risks to the reservoir. Will the data center draw from or discharge to the lake at all? If so, what is the harm? DataBank is requesting a variance to a 100-foot buffer from the reservoir. It is clearly not in the public interest to grant this variance. We are also concerned about the potential risks from the 71,000+ gallon fuel tanks for backup generation that will be sited on the property. And we're also concerned about fire. There are hazardous chemicals on the site. I understand it won't be lithium in the batteries, but what other chemicals will be present in the batteries? There's also the fuel tanks. I'm sorry, okay. I'm sorry. The habitat, obviously, the habitat for bald eagles on the site, the wetlands. Just want to say that it is essential that the board require a full EIS through the secret process. Anything less would be entirely unreasonable. Thank you.
Yes, sir. State your name and address for the record.
I certainly will. My name is Thomas Finsterwald, 15 Mountain View Avenue in Orangeburg, New York. First of all, what is the data center necessary, and how will it help my community? My internet works really well. Thank you very much. I'm sorry about the jobs. I'm sure you're all looking forward to building that brand new building, but I'm not. I don't want to hurt you. I value that you guys are good workers, and I think you go get them. But I don't care about your jobs. I more care about the health of my community. I care about the water. I care about the electricity. I care about biomed-grade chemicals that are created by the way they filter the water. I'm very concerned about how you filter the water and where the water runs off to. Where does it go? Is it just evaporate into thin air, or does it, like a lot of these concerned citizens are worried about the lake of Tapan? I hope you're concerned about this, because I bet all of you have children that grew up in it, and I don't care about the Veterans Memorial Park where people play ball. My kids played there. They liked to play soccer. It was fun to watch them. It was great. I paid for that out of my own pocket. And who's going to be responsible if something should happen disastrously? Seriously, are you? I mean, I get the benefits of money coming into Orangetown, or hopefully they go into Old Tappan and New Jersey too, because, you know, they got problems with that as well. I can't tell you what to do. I'm only hoping that you're conscious as a moral, I'm going to use these words, I never use these words, a moral individual, a human, cares about who you are and who you represent. Hopefully, you're on the public side, because what I've seen tonight, I'm going to get an applause. And it's going to be louder than the ones that they got. Thank you.
Good evening. Zef, Z-E-F, Dedvukaj, D-E-D-V-U-K-A-J, 43 Laurel Road, South Salem, New York. 43 Laurel, like a flower, Laurel, like De Fiore. I'm here to represent both sides. I applaud, I am. It's okay. I thank Melody De Fiore for extreme support, but yet on both sides, construction and neighbors. I'm a veteran in the industry, 33 years, 25 years out of 33 years I'm with AECOM Tishman. Spent 10 years on the dot at Ground Zero from 9/11 on. And I've been on planning and zoning boards for 7 World Trade Center, Freedom Tower, 3-4, 140 West Street. The most recent project was Kensico Dam, City Corporate Center in Armonk, New York. I've heard it, I've seen it, I've represented both sides. No, I'm not a double agent. I am not. Data center and its sustainability, by far, its most sustainable project you can have in your town. And I have built some mega projects, and you can look at my resume. What Data Bank, Kimberly Horn, and more important, Highland Associates bring to the table, it's incredible knowledge led by Data Bank leadership, which it's not publicly owned, but owned by employees. I've met the CEO, I met the senior vice president, I worked with it, and the very, very, very most important that they drilled into me as a VP of operations, sustainability, safety, and community at the very top. I am here not to say or persuade any one of you more or less than what I have been through at Ground Zero, which I spent 10 years of my life. And I take 3 pills every morning because of it. I sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, hear the neighbors. I have the most respect for Melody. I really do. You have a tough job, and that's where I'm going to leave it as. Thank you.
I mean it. Jim Coffey, 139 Hunt Road, Coffey. I just stand with my neighbors, my Jersey neighbors. This project is way too big and way out of control. That's it.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am, state your name and address for the record.
Vanessa Lappin, 659 Western Highway, Blauvelt. I haven't heard anyone mention the new freshwater regulations that went into effect in January. Nowhere on this plan do we see the 100-foot buffer that's required for urban areas, and that was passed in January and applies to this site. And so simply shifting the wetlands, it looks like they're going to force it into a retention pond, destroys the wetlands. And so we're not really preserving anything at all. And the 100-foot buffer doesn't seem to exist here at all. So I'd like you to consider that. I also want to thank all of the neighbors who came in and spoke against this project. I agree with everything that is said. We have at least 6 data centers in Orangetown, and we haven't done any of the analysis required for the cumulative effect on the grid and for the residents and the rate plans that are going to be enacted by Orange and Rockland. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak on this project? Anybody else wish to speak on this project? Second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None. Do the board members have any questions? Going in order or whatever? If you have a question, please. So Andy, anybody? Mike, do you have anything? I'm just waiting. All right. No, I was asking if anybody did. I thought somebody would sign. All right. Obviously, you can see there's a lot of issues here. A lot of there's zoning issues. There's a lot in LI district, land bank issues. A secret review should involve a little more, environmental impact statement. So I think we have a lot of concerns here. And I don't know if anybody else, but I can't see at this point me supporting this plan with all these outstanding issues. As you can see, there's a lot of issues, both from the board members.
Mr. Chairman, I think I probably should say something. I am the legal advisor to this planning board, so just to address some of the matters that came up. Various people had commented about the fact that they believe that data centers are not authorized in LIO zone. There was a determination made in 2013 that data centers were authorized in the LIO. That was the 155 Corporate Drive project. At that time, there was absolutely no mention of data centers in the town code. There was no mention whatsoever, not the one mention that's in the town code now. That did not exist. That came into existence in 2017. So in 2013, the building department, without any definition of data center and any mention of data centers in the town code, qualified the data center as a business use. And on that basis, it went through and at least got preliminary. I don't think the matter went through to final. But based on that precedent, in this case, Ms. Slavin also determined that it was an authorized use in the LIO. I understand that various people can take different legal arguments about it, but that was the building inspector's determination. She made it. No one appealed it. It could have been appealed to the ZBA 2 years ago, and it was not. So my determination is that's the law of the case for this matter, is that it's authorized. So that addresses that issue. It has, the building inspector made the determination it's authorized in the LIO. And as to whether this is a type 1 or enlisted, it is a type 1. Council was correct that this is a type 1. It's my determination that the fact that circulation and notice was made as not that does not affect the validity of the notice and circulation. So the planning board can continue with this matter. It was sufficient. The notice and circulation was legally sufficient in my determination. Oh, and just to bring up one other matter, Mr. McQuarrie did mention AKRF and perhaps having a consultant for this. Since it is a type 1, there are various complicating factors in this. As we have done in the past, perhaps it does make sense to retain AKRF at the applicant's expense. We've done that in the past. It may be appropriate. If the planning board believes it's appropriate, they should vote to do that tonight so we can get AKRF on board and assist us with this matter.
A lot of concerns from the board and a lot of concerns from the townsfolk. And a lot of questions for you to have to answer before you come back. I also, like our legal advisor says, I like to have you, we'd like to hire RKF to do a review for us and just move on from there and just to really get this all settled out. There are too many issues that, you know, we can really just go ahead and go forward with it. So I'd like to have you ask for a continuation and come back, resolve a lot of our issues, a lot of the townsfolk's issues, and we'll go from there.
Hey, Tom, can I ask a question before?
Sure.
Just in terms of the land banking of the 670 spaces, and what people implied tonight, I wasn't on the board when they passed phase 1 project. But people read that statement, I don't doubt that it's not in the minutes and whatever about the.
Well, I think that was a condition of phase 1, so that's a condition.
So that being the case, how are they back here? Same plan.
Well, I think
mean,
if the board believes that
That's a problem, you know,
that's
for me anyway.
that's a condition of phase 1, so they have to obey it or ask the board to overrule it and change that. From what I've heard, the board is not amenable to that, and if so, you should tell them that that's not going to work. You're not going to accept it, so they should come back with land banked.
You know, this consultant, but I think bottom line is they gotta come back with a smaller plan. You know, that's really what we're gonna boil down to. And they should have the 100-foot buffer. I mean, it's 80 foot now. Another, cut the building back 20 feet, you meet the 100 feet. It's not, I don't see what's that big of a deal. That should have been done to begin with.
Lessen the impact.
I'm not against expanding the data center, but this is, I mean, total disregard for the last decision.
So let's, okay, AKRF.
Too many variances. That's just me.
Mr. Warren, I'm glad that Mr. Pakula weighed in on that issue because that was the one thing that I wanted to address this evening because clearly the town has taken the position on several occasions that data centers are allowed in the LIO zone. I believe that decision goes back as far as John Giardello when he was the building inspector when Verizon converted their office building to a data center. So I'm glad to see that there are a whole load of other issues that we're obviously going to need to respond to although I have to tell you, a lot of the issues that were raised this evening are already addressed in some of the submissions that were made, but we want to focus on those and come back and present those to the board and respond to the comments. I've got several pages that I took here of comments from the neighbors and other people here. This board, I believe, has a right to request that AKRF or some other consultant be retained at the expense of the applicant, if that's what this board would like to do. That's within your purview, you know. Just let us know. I think there's one non-controversial thing that we could do, and that is confirm that you will be acting as lead agent on this application. I think you sent around the notice of intention. I don't know of any other boards that stepped in and said, well, no, we want to be lead agency on this. So I'd ask you to consider adopting that.
At the last meeting, did we declare ourselves lead agent, or, because I know you don't like to do it unless there's a sequel involved at the same time.
You have done it on occasion. I don't believe you did it in this matter. It's okay to do it if you want to. Only that, obviously, do not determine secret, because I don't
Yeah, we're
believe you have
definitely not
enough to do
doing
secret. But if you want to declare yourself lead agency, you can do that.
Okay, do I have a motion?
I don't know, what's the reason to do that tonight? It's a benefit to us by doing that tonight.
Excuse me?
I don't see a benefit to the board doing that tonight. No one else is stepping in to be lead agency, so why should we do it all at once once we have a project that
Okay.
we can move forward? So I just don't see why it's got to.
If I can make a point of order?
No.
Yeah, sure.
You close the public hearing, but if there's new information, it has to be
The
reopened.
public session's been closed, sir, I'm sorry.
Okay, I made my point. Thank you.
And so the only thing I would say is if you want AKRF to be a consultant, you should vote on that.
Yes, okay. Do I have a motion to have AKRF do consultant work for us? At the applicant's expense.
Motion to hire AKRF as a consultant in this matter at the expense of the applicant.
Do I have a second?
I second it.
Okay, all in favor? Aye, opposed, none? All right. And it's up to you to ask for continuation.
Yes, I will be doing that. I would just go back to the lead agency, though. I mean, you said, what's the benefit? What's the harm? You're considering all of these issues. But you're acting as,
Let's not at this time, when we come back, whatever, we'll make that decision later on. Right now, we won't do it, okay? So are you asking for a continuation?
yes,
Okay, thank you, sir.
thank you.
For the public's information, nothing is being resolved tonight. There's a lot of information that you folks want, that the board wants, that the applicant is gonna come back with the answers, and at that point, we'll have another meeting, and of course, you'll all be notified. Okay, but there's gonna be no decisions made on this application tonight. Okay? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. At the next meeting, will people be able to speak?
Yes, yes, they will.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I think
Oh, he's trying to swipe your laser.
Don't be stealing my laser now. Thank you.
Can we take a 2-minute
Okay,
break?
folks, can everybody please go outside in the hallway and talk? We have more business. Yeah,
Just from the
5-minute break, everyone. I wanna go to the bathroom, but I don't wanna go in the hallway.
I mean, I know it.
If you're going to continue to talk, please go outside the room. We're taking a 5-minute break. Thank you. Break is being made at 10:07 hours. Yeah. If you want to talk, please go outside.
Yeah, but, I mean, more problem here. Okay, next item is 214 South Boulevard, site plan review, critical area, PB 2539.
Planning board is called back at 10:15 hours. All members present before are still present.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. We were before the board at the last meeting with another lot as related to this. Just to bring you up to date, this was a project that was approved by the Village of South Nyack in 2005. It was designed by LM&S, approved, maps filed in New City. There were conditions as to how it was going to be developed. Storm system was put in, curbs were put in, road was put in, topping has not been put in. A detention basin was also put in to collect any kind of runoff that will have to go from the subdivision. Okay. We now come to a position, South Nyack dissolved their village, and they blessed Orangetown with it, okay? Not a good blessing, but they blessed Orangetown with it. We have people living in the subdivision. The only thing that has not been finished is 13 lots. There are people living there for the last several years. We don't know who's maintaining it. We don't know who's taking care of it. However, my client has acquired, or is attempting to acquire, the 13 lots. He was informed, reading his interpretation of what was bought, that he has certain requirements to do. He knows he's going to have to cap the road at the end. He knows he's going to have to take care of the basin. He knows that he has to go back on each lot because there was a condition in the board meeting that said they wanted the developer of the lot to determine where, if there is going to be any kind of a drainage situation on the lot, where the water was being handled, and also is in the critical environmental area. We can't say anything about the critical environmental area because prior to the town of Orangetown even acquiring it, they stripped all the land, the trees are gone, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. We're now here to try to get these 3 lots built. And we're running into problems just like we had last week, where we couldn't get the first lot built. That's all we're trying to do, is to live up to the requirements. Now, the engineer did go through some of the situations, and he did come up with a very interesting note, that all the drainage from the whole subdivision is supposed to go to the basin. If all the drainage is supposed to go to the basins, any kind of drainage work on the lot's is not required, because it's all going into the storm drainage system, which is going to the basin. So we have a serious situation here. We don't know what to do. Mr. Dean says, well, if you cap it and fix the basin, he will give consideration about it, accepting it. It is not accepted. It is a private situation right now. Engineering, we're not worried about engineering because we know the sewers are in, we know the spurs are in, we know all that's in. We have a question as to how we're going to handle the critical environmental, and we don't even know how to handle lot drainage, because at one time we had designs that we were going to put pits in, but the truth of the matter is we don't even know if that's required anymore, based on the fact that all the water will be going to the drainage basin. I think that's pretty much. So we're really here, we really got to catch-22 here, because nobody wants to take any kind of responsibility. Nobody wants to tell us what to do. And we do have a situation here where there is a subdivision fully approved, fully filed, and approved. And legally, the man is entitled to have his lots developed. So that's my preliminary.
Office of Building and Zoning and Planning, July 23rd. He has a total of 10 comments, I'm sorry.
Well, do we want to discuss these comments, or how do you want to?
Whatever you want to do.
Well, there are things here that were being said. I don't know if that's proper. That's all I'm trying. I know
I just don't want an interpretation about some of these things because
Mr.
I,
Oliver's here, he can answer your question.
Okay, well, I mean, I see that, Rick, that you're talking about lighting to be approved by the planning board. The lighting also would go to Akabor, right? It'd be part of the landscape and lighting plan? So it would require planning board and Akabor approval? I'm just curious.
So for me, going by the notes that are on, this area, notes 1 through 53, it says planning board. So that can be something for discussion, you know, I'm pointing out a lot of these notes. That's
No, no, we're just asking clarification. I just want to make sure that.
And that might be the right way to go, but that's, I think,
Also, I
pointed it out.
I see that she's talking about reevaluation of conservation easements. All these easements have been filed in the county with meets and bounds. So reevaluation, what means, you know?
what does it mean?
Well, again, when the subdivision was approved, it was, when it was approved, it was agreed upon that these.
No, it should, hopefully it's in the resolution as well, but like I said, what's the criteria for the reevaluation of the conservation easement?
I guess they're gonna look at the, you know, you haven't figured out, I don't think you figured out drainage yet, have you?
Well, once again, it gets into the drainage. All the impervious areas were sized and the detention basin was sized so that all the impervious areas were considered in the detention basin. So no lot drainage should be required as per the resolution that we received at the previous meeting. So all the stuff we showed was based upon the assumption that we didn't have a resolution of that. But now that's what's stated in the resolution, all the dry wells we show here, or any retention, it doesn't appear to be necessary as per that resolution.
So let me ask you, are you planning on putting the house as they're listed on the subdivision, exact footprints?
Well, once again, as we discussed at the previous meeting, the exact footprints of the previous houses were generic because the builder never even submitted for.
Well, could the same be applied to the conservation easement then? If that's the case, if this is all sort of to be decided, to be determined, then it makes sense.
If you're gonna reevaluate the conservation easements, you could potentially make some of these lots almost unbuildable.
Let me talk about the conservation easement. Mr. Brenner, have conservation easements been filed? If so, I'll take a look at them, and they're almost definitely sufficient. If they haven't been filed, they should be filed. Give me proof that they're filed, and that will be sufficient. So I think Mr. Oliver is just trying to make sure that if conservation easements were required, that they were filed. So, Mr. Brenner, if you can coordinate with me and show that they've been
We'll try
filed.
and see if they were filed or they were filed on the map showing where the easements were with meets and bounds. So I think the map alone shows where the conservation easements are. And with meets and bounds in New City.
Well, I think that when we talk about conservation easements, we would typically want an actual easement filed.
Now you're using your criteria, that was not South Nyack's criteria.
So-
And you inherited what South Nyack said they wanted.
Are you telling me that no conservation easements have been filed
I don't
aside
know.
from what's on the
I
filed map?
don't know. We'll
Okay,
take a look
well,
at it, but I don't know.
I think that's what Mr. Oliver is asking for. Coordinate with me.
The conservation easement shown on the plan were from the surveyor, the project surveyor that did the work. I don't know where he got them from. I'm gonna assume from the file plat. So we can follow up and find out what was filed and what has not been filed. You know what the problem is now? It's not one big parcel anymore. It'd be individual lots, almost, you need almost a title report on each lot. You know, or if you, to try and find where these conservation easements were filed. You know, because if that's the case, and I'm sorry, I know it's been late, and you guys had a long meeting, but also the sewer easements, right? Because right now along South Boulevard, you have existing houses that were not part of this subdivision that gained the benefit from this subdivision by a sewer easement put along the, for lack of a better term, the westerly bounds of the subdivision and South Boulevard. So I guess we should do so, we'll do a little looking into the sewer easements as well.
Next is the Department of Environmental Management and Engineering, Town of Orangetown, July 11th. Bruce Peters has 7 items. Borough Fire Prevention, Town of Orangetown, July 8th, has 1. Weston Sampson, June 30th. Drainage review recommendation. No supporting information was provided to demonstrate mitigation for potential significant adverse impacts as a result says here 228 South Boulevard, but this also applies to 214. Not be approved for drainage at this time, and they've, listed review for 12 items.
Well, but that's one of the questions here, in terms of, what is he analyzing? All the drainage theoretically from the thing was supposed to go to the detention basin. I mean, what I really think is necessary, and I'm asking, I think town attorney's office, the engineering office, member from the planning board, someone has to sit down and say, this is what we think has to be done with the subdivision. It's not the fault of what we're trying to do, it's what was presented and what's legal.
Well, that's what I'm saying, right now you're in front of this board, and
I know, but this engineer was brought in, and I don't know why he was brought in. I don't know why. It was not warranted on a lot. We don't bring an engineer in on a lot, and all of a sudden they brought in on a lot, and we got all these kind of reports, we didn't get anything. How can we get anything? We didn't even know they were gonna be brought in.
Environmental, I don't think drainage was provided in there, was it? We did give drywall, I gave it to the applicant, drywall sizing and the criteria for the sizing. I don't know why that wasn't included in the application.
Right, and I agree, on critical environmental, we have to come to some kind of conclusion, but I don't even know what.
You guys need to show us how, I mean, we can't just assume the lot is gonna drain.
No, you got maps that show how it's gonna slope off and go into the street? Yeah.
Those maps don't show, they show drivewalls opening to dry it, to dry.
No, not these, he's talking about the ones that were approved by South Nyack.
All part of, and these are on the plans, it says drywall open to daylight. Water that comes through piping, we don't know where it goes. We don't even know if the detention pond is actually capable of holding it, because I don't think it's ever been cleaned out or checked since they built it originally.
Oh, it's a big one, you know, it should be cleaned out, I'm not saying no, but it's a big one.
But a lot of the things, like, when we looked at 228, you had a pipe running under the road from the storm drain, and it just flows down.
But once
Where it
again,
should
that
go
pipe
to.
is not owned by the applicant, that pipe is owned by who owns the right-of-way of South Boulevard.
Yeah, but all of a sudden, that water dumps on his property, he owns that water, he's gotta deal with it.
And it
Well,
goes down
he
to
shouldn't
this-
have to own water that he doesn't generate, right?
But
So
it's-
that water is coming from who owns South Boulevard.
Well, we have to find out who it is.
Well,
Somebody
during,
put that in.
and then, as we talked about before, during the subdivision application, the village of South Nyack themselves should have addressed that water. And when they had the opportunity to put an easement in and bring it down to Willow and then bring it down to the detention basin, they never did it.
Okay, so now we're at a point where they didn't do it, now we have to do it, somebody has to do it. We have to find out who. State, county, or town do it. We have to find out who.
And if you talk to some of the people that are already there, because of what the water is running down, they're getting mud and rocks flowing down onto their property, into their driveway. Because the storm drains cover it all up. There was nothing preventing the water from running down the hill.
But
That's-
but that storm drain and the maintenance of the storm drain is owned by the municipality
Right,
entity
but I'm
that owns
talking
it.
about storm drains within the development itself on College Avenue. Like the one section on College that was paid by the person who lives there.
It's uphill of the lot on, the next lot, on College. What they repaved is uphill,
No,
from-
it's right across from,
but that's the
from
end
19.
of the paving.
It's-
That,
She paved it because of the flooding of her property.
but was the flooding wasn't generated by 19 because
It
it
was generated by what's coming down the hill.
but once again, College Avenue is an existing road. The applicant didn't
It's a
plan
private
it or
road.
improve it.
It's a private road.
I'm not sure it's a private road.
Private road. Doesn't meet the fire department or highway,
We're mixing South Boulevard and.
Yep, yep.
Right, but going down,
We're
yeah.
mixing them.
All right.
We have to resolve what's happening on South Boulevard,
Mhm.
okay, Broadway, because that's what we're doing. We're doing two
No,
214
understood,
South
214.
Broadway. And last week, or last meeting was 228. So we have both lots basically have the same issue. 214, when I was there today, there was 6 foot of growth. You couldn't tell what was underneath it, so you have no idea what is there.
There is growth on 214. Of course, there's a boat parked on it too. I'm sure that's not the applicant's. Of There are no drainage or driveways adjacent to or across from 214.
Right. But the whole thing is that they can't give you drainage because they don't know what's there.
Well,
Take it off the map, but you don't know what's existing.
But there is no drainage existing in front of 214.
Talking about the property itself,
I'm talking about the road right away.
but the property itself, what's
Yes.
the drainage on the property?
The property's unimproved, so there would be
But you
nothing
want to
on the
improve it.
property. What?
You want to improve, where's the water going to flow?
The water would flow to the,
East.
well, it's gotta flow to the east, right? And
Yeah.
the thing is, it's gonna flow along the path that was established during the existing, the existing subdivision at the time.
If there is a path,
Well, it's gonna flow the path that it flows now, right?
Going
So-
back to 2 weeks ago, when you were here for 228, we asked you to find out who put that pipe in. Have you found out who put the
No,
pipe in?
because you look at the age of the pipe, it's an old 12-inch corrugated metal pipe. It looks like it's in disrepair, the outlet end was covered with vegetation. The inlet side on the west side of South is covered with vegetation. Who owns it is the owner of South Boulevard, which we'd have to look up who owns the road, which I believe is the town of Orangetown.
I don't think so.
I gotta look on the road list.
Well, we have.
Wait, so I'm
Definitely not the case. It's not the town's unless the town board accepts it, and we definitely did not accept it.
Okay, well, we have to look it up.
So our consultants, right, are asking for you to provide the drainage analysis and soil infiltration test results to support the project site stormwater management design. You're saying you can't provide that?
No, I'm not saying we can't provide it, but what we're saying is right now, as per the approved subdivision, all of this was envisioned on going to the detention basin down at the lower end of the project.
Right, but the consultant's asking you to provide that, so we're asking you to provide that, right? Yes.
It was in the minute.
Well, but it's in the minutes of the meeting about that, all of the impervious areas.
We don't want to see the minute, we care what's in the minutes, but we got to see, you have to show the details.
What we,
Well,
Okay, we have too many things going on right now. Mr. Brenner, go ahead. What did you say?
no, what we're gonna say, the map was filed, the location of the pipes were filed, the pipes were put in, the drains were
That's
put.
in the road. What about on the property?
I don't know about the property.
That's
I
what we
don't.
gotta know.
I don't know.
That's what you have to come back with. You have to come back with a design on what pipes you're gonna get, how they're gonna get to the, whatever.
Property, what is it called?
Mitigation to the,
Being taken to prevent erosion.
Okay. Right now, like you're asking me about the drainage, right? Who did put in the pipe over there?
Get that property itself.
No, 214, like I said, it's our understanding that the pipes were put in. At the time, the Village of South Nyack had the ability to put drainage between the proposed lots and the existing lots, like they did the sewers that benefit not only these 2 lots, but I believe it's 3 more lots. So at that time, the Village of South Nyack had the chance to take this water from 228 or 214 and bring it down through easements to Willow and then eventually to that pond. Now, we don't have that opportunity, because the property's not in the sole ownership of the applicant. The property now, you have people that own the lots along Willow that we can not get easements across.
Okay, we have nothing.
We don't own the property, so the best way, like I say, is of course we can do I did the calculation once for the dry wells. I don't know why they weren't submitted. That I can't answer. We can try to, but eventually all this water is going to go along with the natural flow of the topography. And like I said, at the time of approval, catch basins and drainage could have been put in on this.
They weren't, so now we have to live with what we have,
Mhm.
okay? And there's some way that you guys have to, if you own the property or you're gonna develop it, you have to come up with a drainage plan that shows you how you're gonna handle the water.
Okay, well, like I said, right now currently there is stuff shown on the plans.
But evidently, our drainage consultant said there was not enough.
Well, okay. Well, he's not,
You're gonna need to talk to him and find out.
Well,
okay.
we didn't even know it was going there. We didn't even know it was going there. We didn't know it. I was going to the drainage consultant, when he said he didn't have information. We didn't even know he was gonna analyze it.
Let me keep on going. Okay, I have a letter from Roman Professional Engineering, July 8th, which is, again, dealing with drywall locations. Rockland County Department of
It's a
Planning,
detail for the drone.
June 26th, they have a memorandum. Rockland County Sewer District Number 1, July 22nd, they have 2 items. I have a letter from Alfred Gaddy, Orange and Rockland. It says, based on the map provided, O&R has a service stub at the adjacent area that may be in conflict with proposed work. Please contact O&R New Business. I have a project narrative. That's not signed by anybody. I have a short EAF dated May 28/25. Any questions or comments? Oh, I also have, a letter from Jerry Walwith, I'm sorry if I pronounced it wrong, dated, July 18th. And I believe he was on the, South Nyack Planning Board. And one of the comments, he says, I see that the 3 lots in the South Nyack Cluster Subdivision are on the agenda for the July 23rd Planning Board meeting. I want to let you know that they will be out of town, I'm sorry. The issues I expressed in my July 8th email to you and my concern at July 9th meeting about 228 apply for the above. Evidently, he's saying that in respect to 228, which I think also applies to 214, he says that the building footprint and lot grading does not conform with the approved grading and house location plan originally, so I just want to get that in.
What did he say now?
I have a Village of Nyack Planning Board resolution dated December 8th, 2004. And the Village of South Nyack Planning Board resolution approved grading and planning house location dated September 8th, 2008. A public improvement security agreement between Village of South Nyack and Dempson. You see a big one? Oh, I don't get that. Okay, I don't see.
What the hell are we gonna do with these guys?
You gotta have the meeting.
March
You gotta have the meeting. That's how
March
much happened.
21st, 2005.
Well, they
Page
wanna
4.
see what's there before they have
I
the
also
Yeah,
have,
oh, of course, I'll go to the court.
from the Village of Nyack zoning board to
It's done.
River Ridge Estate. Received March 10th, 2012, but let me see the date on it. Oh, the date is March 10th, 2012, no, March 9th, 2012. I also have from the Village of South Nyack, Planning Board decision, March 10th, 2021. Any questions or comments?
The only comment that I have is that, just like the last meeting, you have to do the homework. And I just hope that, I just hope that it's not gonna be the same situation with the next two.
Well, really, what we're doing now really applies to the next two, too. And we have a situation here, we don't know who owns what. We will find out what's there, but we don't know if we can go onto somebody else's property and say we're gonna put a pipe in. We can't do it. The man doesn't own it. You got existing lots here that,
So then, wouldn't it be conducive for you?
I'm asking for I'm really asking for a meeting, town attorney, our drainage experts, highway superintendent, just set up and the building department, just set up a rule that we can follow, because the legal end of it is one way, and what we have to do is another way, and that's what we're trying to find out. We cannot redesign this subdivision. It cannot be done, because under our code, it will never work.
Well, if I may interject, I think you should set that meeting up, because the board right now really can't do anything.
I will make a request for it, but I think I had to tell you where we are. We can't, we're finding out, we have send the surveyors out, trying to find out what's there, what we can find out. But if we have to cross private property, we can't cross private property. We're not allowed to.
No, I understand that, and we can't give you the authorization to, we can't allow you to do that.
Right.
And that goes, I think, for all your 228, 214, 19 and 27. I think you're gonna have to sit down with the town and whomever, and get that resolved. I mean, this board can't do anything with any of them.
We'll call for a meeting. I don't know what else we're gonna do.
What you're gonna have to do.
Well, I can comment that PRC has all those people, so we can have that discussion at the next PRC. And Mr. Brenner, I get what you're saying, you know. You're saying that drainage was done for the subdivision, but that was a long time ago.
Correct.
And you're here for a new application, and this board has.
I'm here for an application to develop an existing lot.
Right.
You're trying to tie me into the subdivision. I am not in the subdivision.
Right.
I am here to get approval.
And to
build
get
an
approval, you
existing
have to
lot.
show that you can build with adequate drainage. That's your responsibility, whether you have to purchase easements from other properties or do something on your property. You have that obligation to show this board.
And, you know, if that's what you're gonna decide, that's all right, but then.
Do you expect this board to
I'm
approve
not- I'm
something
not
without
taking- I'm
adequate
not
drainage?
taking- I'm not taking this to court, all right? I'm just trying to tell you, if that's what you're gonna decide, you're gonna have a massive lawsuit. If we cannot work this out, you're gonna, because these people have been paying taxes, these people have been having service. Why South Nyack dissolved? Wrong. They did. Orangetown bought that liability. That's the problem.
They didn't buy it.
Well, you got it.
By
What am I gonna
virtue of
do?
law, we have it. But this board has the obligation to determine that drainage will be adequate, so the
For
surrounding.
the design, which was done at that time. Now, if we go in there and we find there are no drain pipes there, that's a different story, but if the drain pipes are there, and that's what was shown on the map,
Let's
what else
have
you
the
gonna do?
discussion. You're gonna have to come forward with something. You can't just keep showing up and saying, 20 years ago, this should have happened. It didn't happen. We have what we have today, and you have to establish drainage, or you're not going to get approved by this planning board. If you want to set up a meeting, I'll be glad to take part, and I'm sure
I will
Bruce
take
Peters
part
and.
of it. I'd like to have the meeting, just set up the rules and what we gotta do. Because it's no, we're gonna keep coming back here, and then I'm bowing out, because I'm not, I see what's gonna happen here, and I'm not going to litigation.
There's actually nothing that we can do until we have this information either that.
We will. Well, this one lot we have right over here, we don't have a problem with, and you're telling us no. This one lot has nothing to do with anybody.
Andy, do you have any questions or comments?
No, no.
Lisa, questions or comments? Mike, do you have anything?
Yeah, a few things. First of all, housekeeping. SCAF. Item number 7, they changed it to yes, it is required as critical environmental areas. Number 9, this is from the engineer, why doesn't it conform to energy code? I would be yes. It would be yes. Number 17, the water does flow, it's open to daylight, it's always dry wells with outlet pipe, so that would have to be changed too. The landscape plan, 12 trees listed and shown on the plan. Along with trees, the landscape plan showing current tree species made and which ones will be removed as per South Nyack Planning Board approved site plans. There's nothing on there that shows what's currently there. Some of the stuff may have fallen in the years, but what's currently on there, what's healthy, what's not?
Yeah, no, we have tree locations on the separate plan.
The house foundation does not match as required by the house foundation, shown on the house foundation grading plan.
I have nothing that says that the house foundation and grading plan was ever adopted or approved by the Village of South Nyack. The things that I have here say draft, and that's,
Now, I'm looking at the map, the one I saw,
But-
that shows it.
But once again, that's a generic, in our opinion, that's a generic map that was meant for them to go back to Akabor.
And the map filed is where, at the Rockland County?
Well, usually the county only files things with meets and bounds, right? That conveys property in the county clerk.
No, they would file the
No, the subdivision was filed.
subdivision.
But not all the sheets of the subdivision were
No,
filed.
that should all be on one of the sheets. A lot of the sheets are filed.
I think 3 sheets are filed, from what I got from the county
Check up
clerk.
there to see if there's a file copy.
Okay.
A lot of files, right? You know, the drainage, you know, why they drive wells under the driveway, where will that all go out to?
Well, there's an outlet pipe shown on sheet 2, that it's labeled as OP, and there's an invert listed.
Okay, 2 dry wells in the rear of the building, both drains, they drain out to daylight, where does the water go?
Well, the outlet pipe for that dry well would be an overflow, because it would be at the same elevation as the invert. It's gonna flow along the existing drainage path. If you look at the outlet pipe on the north side, it's in a swale that exists.
Sort of a swale, it's a little.
Well, it's by the topo, I gotta go by the topo.
Yeah, well, taking a look at the elevation, well, you can't tell what the elevations are on that lot, because it's overgrown. You know, some of the other lots, you take a look at the elevations, they're not correct. They run down like 228, they ran down the border of the property to get the elevations. But if you walk over, you go from the south side of the property, going towards the north side of the property, if you go back to the middle and you take 3 or 4 steps onto the property, you're not going down a foot or 2, you're going down 10 feet. So the elevations, there's problems with that.
Well, all elevations and topography was done by a New York State licensed land surveyor.
Well,
On 228 in particular, there's a lot of down trees, brush, and debris that's probably been accumulated from
well, no,
areas.
it's a drop off there. That's what's the problem. It looks like at 228, somebody put some dirt there and made a ramp down. So it's a drop off on one side, a little bit of a ramp, and a drop off on the other side.
Okay. But like I said, a licensed surveyor did all these
No,
topography.
no, I understand, I'm just saying, what change was there, still, it's a possibility.
Well, no, he just recently did these.
All right,
this
so then he
the-
didn't look at the big drop off.
Okay.
So if that's the case, he's only use fill to level the property.
The property's being filled to begin with, right? Just based on the elevations of south.
There's a new slope there, so there's new, you know, what measures are being taken then, because you have a new slope. Drainage again, that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Lisa, question, comment? Okay, Mike, question, comment?
Oh, just quick. I mean, I agree, you have an approved subdivision, and you have the right to build single-family homes on them. But I also know I'm not a drainage expert, so we listen to our guys, and they're telling us it's not approved, so, I mean, there's not much we can do here. Now, I understand.
I'm agreeing with
There's
you.
a whole back history, but, you know, for the next 2 projects after this, it's gonna be the same thing too.
Same thing.
Well, I think on 27 College, it's on Baruch, the lower road.
Yeah.
So if that, with the instance of the approval, we should be able to get rid of the dry wells and connect directly into the drainage system.
Well, let's have our.
No, I understand,
consultants look
I
at it,
understand.
They'll get back to us, that's all I'm telling.
What I suggest is to set up this meeting and go through all 4 lots, 28, 214, 19, and 27, and get all the drainage and whatever else you need resolved with town attorneys, with the building department, with DEME, with fire, get everything resolved before you come back. Because you're coming back and there's nothing we can do right now.
We agree.
No.
We agree. We don't do, we just want to get it moving. Somebody's got to tell us what has to be done.
I agree.
If the client agrees, then it's,
Right to do that.
then he'll do it. If he doesn't agree, then he'll have to do what he has to do. So I think we should ask for continuation on all. We're gonna ask for, we'll ask for continuation on all.
We're gonna open up the
Public
motion,
hearing.
open public portion. Do I have a second? Second. Okay, all in favor, aye. Okay. Anybody from the public that needs to speak on this?
It's not going anywhere tonight.
Somebody, otherwise we're going home. Please step up to the microphone, state your name and address and record, please.
Which one's
It's
this
getting
on?
late, and we want you folks
Which
to be
one is
heard.
he talking on?
You can see, before you say anything, you can can see, we have a lot of interest, we know what you folks are going through, and the applicant has a lot of things that he has to get straightened out before he comes back, so go ahead.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, and I'm going to keep it brief. Yes, Declan Zimmerman, Zimmermann. I live at 226 South Boulevard. What other information would you need from me? Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you. I'm very glad that you've been to the property. Three things very briefly. I've heard no mention of the history that I've heard that toxic or construction waste was dumped there for years, that outcropping under all that growth, a little bit of it's natural bedrock, a lot is waste that was dumped, that was required to be mitigated properly and disposed of. And as far as we know, it's under there. The people who live beneath us, when they moved in, have found metal and construction debris coming onto their property. So I want to know that that's being investigated and that would be properly dealt with, if that's not on your radar. As you guys have noted on that plan, there's these existing trees that say it's all over the place. We live next to that. We live next to that giant knotweed, 6-foot overgrowth. If there were trees there, we would know it. It's bare in the winter. There are not, this plan, as you guys have pointed out, many inaccuracies. There's stuff that just doesn't exist that's written there. And finally, the points that you have made about drainage, that what's going to guarantee the water's going to flow into this basin at the bottom? Right now, things are being changed and all of that, and I don't see any guarantees of that. And I very much just going to say appreciate all of your diligence. I appreciate that you're out there seeing what's going on. I really hear that from you guys. Thank you so much for listening and your time. Yeah.
226?
226, we're right next door to 214. We're between 214 and 228. This is on either side of us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yeah, sure, come on up. You don't have to run.
Yeah, I do, come on. I really appreciate your time. Thank you all for your diligence. I echo everything that Declan said. My name is Kathy, with a K, Gallione, Galione. I'm at 234. I echo the sentiment of what you've said so far. You're obviously dialed into the issues on South Boulevard and related. I just wanted to kind of state for the record that, you're going to get very used to seeing this crowd here. Obviously, there's a lot of property that is going to be debated over the next kind of time, but it's the same issues for all the lots, as you noted. Taken singularly, each property has these issues, but taken together, it's an environmental disaster. It's exacerbated by however many properties there are, which is, I believe, 11 to 16 properties. So not only am I concerned for the lot near me and the lots near my neighbors, et cetera, but taken at its entirety, it's going to be a real trouble mess. And I appreciate the fact that you're looking into the drainage, the slopes, the unusual sizes of the property, and how that's going to play out. I feel I have sympathy for the developers in the sense that I think they got a really raw deal. They bought all the misfit properties after the development that could be done was done. So now they have all these odd lots and all these environmental problems. And even though they're going to meet and talk about drainage and stuff like that, I think it's going to be a long term. I find those properties to be undevelopable, and yeah, I live next to them, so I definitely have a vested interest in them not being developed. But I'm also a rational person, and I can see that the environmental issues are going to be huge. So thanks again.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else? Yes, sure, please. Whomever.
My name is Daniel Tensura. That's Tantysyura. I live at 3 Willow, which is right below the proposed 228. And I just want to reiterate everything that Declan said. Living there, last spring we noticed quite a bit of water coming down from that empty lot. So I just want to say thank you so much for putting a lot of pressure on the development and making sure that drainage is correct, because we do have a lot of water coming in, and it's literally inches from our rear entrance into our home.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Sally Hamilton, 11 College Avenue. Sally Hamilton, SALLYHAMILTON, 11 College. I'm right next door, below the property also. I just want to say, when they put the stake out recently, you know, you put the stake with the notice, it was in the middle of my conservation easement, 20 feet from the property line, because you can't get anywhere near the property line because there's so much overgrowth, and I just think there's a lot of uncertainty in terms of the exact slope and what is actually going on under there, because it's so overgrown and it has been for so many years. And I think it's important that they find out where the actual ground is and what else is under there, because it's unclear right now. And everything does have a dramatic slope down into our yards, so.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am. Name and address for the record, please.
Sharon Bailey, Bailey, 225 South Boulevard. I'm in the house directly across from 214. The first thing I want to say is that I did not receive a written notification of this public hearing, nor did I receive one for 228, and therefore I wasn't here for that one. So I totally missed it. Declan filled me in a little bit. So I think that needs to be rectified in the future, that we should get a written notice. And my neighbor across the street on the north side of 214 didn't get anything either. A little bit of history here. The South Boulevard and South Highland Corridor is the most heavily traveled town road in South Nyack. You can check this out on the parking study that the town board commissioned in 2023, and it's on page 22. South Boulevard is a very narrow road. It's on the side of a cliff. It was one lane until the 1950s. That's not that long ago for me. The 2014 property has no sight line to see what's coming from either direction. It's dangerous. I was deputy mayor of South Nyack in the 80s, and the condition of approval for the originally proposed project was no driveways exiting onto South Boulevard. Even then, with less traffic, everyone knew it would be ridiculously dangerous. In 2005, they came up with a harebrained scheme that if they set aside a conservation area at the north end of the property, it would be okay to have a dangerous intersection because it would be saving trees. The trees they're saving are Norway maples and the tree of heaven. There are very few native trees in that bunch, and most of them have fallen down. And the neighbor to the north, whose name is Brian, has had a lot of difficulty because they've fallen on his fence and cost him thousands of dollars in damage, and he has to look at a very ugly area. After 20 years, I had already left office, and apparently the people who made the decision, I did not know this land had been an orchard for 150 years, and there were no native trees left to speak of. And after they cut down the fruit trees to do their surveying and get ground testing, invasive trees took over and created a jungle and a neighborhood-wide nuisance. So a solution to the driveway would be to build it so it exits through the so-called conservative zone down to Willow Court. Up until the early 2000s, the only parking area on 214, which accessed South Boulevard, was about 200 square feet at the extreme south end, and the rest of the 214 frontage on South Boulevard was an extreme drop-off at the edge of the road, such as you are describing at 228. I have important information for you.
It's a history,
I want to tell you about the toxic materials. Okay. Okay, my husband is sick and he can't come. Can I have his time? His name is Tom Bailey, and he lives with me at 225.
I'll give you another minute, please.
Okay, well, this area was, this property at 214 has been filled in over the years, and it was used as a staging area by the village, by Orange and Rockland, by the gas company, by the water company. If there was a tree trimming service for the town, they all used that as a staging area, and afterwards they left material, and people saw that material was being left there, and they came by illegally and dumped material from houses that they were raising. So there is probably, and we think certainly, some toxic waste on the southern end of that property. And we would ask that there be a remediation of it, because according to New York state law, hazardous waste from building materials is considered hazardous and is supposed to be handled separately from regular dirt that you would dump in there.
We'll have the applicant look into that.
Okay, I want to submit my whole statement.
Yes, please, ma'am. Thank you very much. I'm sorry. Anybody else have anything to say? One more time. Anybody else have anything to say on this project? Motion to close public portion. Okay, do I have a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Brenner.
I will ask for continuation on all three, and I will try and schedule a meeting on all the parties, see which way we're going.
Please do. Okay? Thank you very much.
All right?
For the public, okay? Nothing's being done right now. The applicant is going to meet with the town and figure out exactly what, where, and how this is going to be done, and then they will be back, okay, at a later time. Okay? Thank you very much. Okay, next is the Donnelly subdivision site plan B 25-42.
Fancy meeting you there. It just started the evening.
Another hour, smart.
Can't even get rice pudding anywhere now.
Folks, if you're going to talk, please go outside.
Eamon, E-A-M-O-N, Donnelly, double N, double L.
Yes, sir.
Okay, my client has purchased this property. It's a very large piece of property. He wants to build his house in the rear. He's reached the point now, he wants to build his house in the rear, and I guess you're gonna sell the property, or something like, or rent it, I don't know what you got in mind.
To own the whole parcel?
Let me go through the consultant reports. Office of Building, Zoning, and Planning, Rick Oliver, July 23rd, has 4 comments. Department of Environmental Management and Engineering, Town of Orangetown, July 11th, has 12 comments.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. I gave you already.
Thank you. The affidavit?
Wait a minute.
The posting.
You did the posting, right?
No, sir, I okayed it for your guy to do it,
Okay,
and the
then
posting,
I have it in the office. I'll
the
bring it to
posting
you.
is in the front of the,
Yeah.
Sorry.
Department of Environmental Management and Engineering, Bruce Peters, July 11th, has 12 comments. Bureau of Fire Protection, Town of Orangetown, July 8th, has 4 comments. Weston Sampson, July 10th. It is our opinion that increased stormwater runoff can be successfully subdivision be approved with drainage sub, the above project comments, of which there are 6. Roman Professional Engineering, PLLC, July 8th, has no comments. Rockland County Department of Planning, June 26th, they have 12 comments. Rockland County Health, July 16th, they have 1 comment. Rockland County Sewer District Number 1, July 22nd, has 2 comments. I have a letter from Alpha Gaddy, July 10th. Based on the drawing provided, there should not be any gas conflict with the proposed work. And I have a project narrative. I have a name or date on it, and I also have a short EAF. May 14th, 2025. Audrey, anything else? Thank you very much. Andy, questions or comments?
I noticed on the plans that, where you're gonna put the driveway back to the new house,
Yes?
there's a lot of vegetation on that side. Is that all gonna come out?
No, we have a tree plan. We indicated on there, there are a few trees that are coming out. We're saving the ones that are along the property line. But we can also look to zigzag around a little bit. But we are attempting to save most of the trees. But there will be some that are taking out.
I don't have anything further.
Thank you. Lisa, questions?
I don't have any questions.
Mike, questions?
Okay. Here, the thing you just mentioned about the property line, I think the first half of the property is screened by a wooden and a metal fence. Let's go from that, that should cover, at least that lot here, it covers just about the first lot.
Right.
Okay? On the SEAF, number 2, change it to yes, planning board and ZBA.
You doing, taking this note?
No, I did not take that note, just bear with me. Give me that again, Mike.
Short EAF.
Number 2?
Number 2,
Yeah.
change it to yes, add planning board and ZBA. And
And
number,
Akabor, well, I guess, Akabor waiver possibly.
and number 9, the question was, why does it meet state energy requirements? Change it to yes, it does. So, yes. That's from the engineer, like, to do that one.
Okay.
Right, tree removal plan seems to be very conservative, removes, lessens, water flow and soil to the east, which is good. The thing is, you gonna use sprinklers or hydrant?
I'm gonna have to talk to Dave about that. I thought that it was going to be acceptable to sprinkler the house, and he said he was gonna check into it, or leave it to us to check into the code, but I don't know that code. He said it may be possible to get a waiver for the hydrant based upon the state variance. He also asked us to check the length of the driveway, because you were at project review. It's exactly 500, but we're going to make it less than 500, because I'm gonna move it up a little bit closer to the road. So it'll be less than 500. That was a critical element that he brought up.
I would add in the front, add the site distances
Yep,
and the driveways on the street across the way, that's DEME,
yep.
number 8 and 9.
There's only one driveway across the street, and we'll show it.
Okay, that's the only comments I have, thank you.
Thank you. Lisa, anything? Mike, anything?
Just, yeah, if you see the consultant's comments, a couple things you gotta,
Yep.
fix up. You need some variances. The one thing that kinda sticks out on the landscape plan is you have a tree plan, you don't have what you're planting, in between the lots. Now, there's a screening for the new house as opposed to looking at the, sandbox and the place at the original house. It'd be
Right.
nice for anybody who moves on in the future, you sell both houses, whatever, that you would have some kind of screening there to show separation between them.
Well, I plan to do that as soon as possible, as soon as I get
Yeah,
it.
that would be on the plan, right?
I plan to do
Well,
that.
it would normally be on the plan that would go to Akabor, so that's what I was figuring.
We do landscaping.
Well, we're gonna ask.
We
for
can add
waiver,
some screening
and we'll bring
showing.
the screening here. Yes, we have to.
Oh, that's all I got for now. Okay. Rose, anything? Okay, thank you. Motion to open the public.
Motion to open the public, second? Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Andrews, second. Mandel, Andrews.
Anybody from the public wish to speak on this project? One more time, anybody from the public wish to speak on this project? Motion to close?
Motion to close public portion, Mandel.
Second?
Andrews.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None. Motion for lead agent?
Motion for lead agency. Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None.
Motion for
Coordinator.
Mandel.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Yes, you got it.
Any opposed? None. Motion preliminary?
Motion for preliminary with conditions, Mandel.
Okay, and the conditions are, Office of Building and Zoning Planning, Rick Oliver, July 23rd, 4. Department of Environmental Management and Engineering, Town of Orangetown, July 11th, 12. Bureau of Fire Prevention, July 8th, 4. Weston Sampson, July 10th, drainage, 6 items. Professional engineering, July 8th, no comments. Rockland County Department of Planning, June 26th, 12 comments. Rockland County Health, July 16th, 1 comment. Rockland County Sewer District Number 1, July 22nd, 2 comments. And Alfred Gaddy, July 10th, 1 comment. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None.
Motion to adjourn.
Now, wait a minute.
Nice try.
Can I
Yes,
ask
sir.
you for a little favor?
Uh-oh. Yes, sir.
We have one item here for other business. Can we straighten that out, and you can have the next disaster?
Yeah, that's gonna take 2 seconds.
Right. We're asking for a 90-day extension.
We got something
I
else.
don't have any paperwork on it. Is there any paperwork on it? Mike, do you have something? Oh, okay, all right. You know, you're doing all this stuff over here. Okay.
Not the good ones, though.
Yeah, I know. I have a letter from Jay Greenwell dated July 2nd, asking for request to 90-day extension for amended condition 3 on PB 2506, money in lieu of land.
The subdivision for Montar, or the Rathmaguri subdivision, was to follow the zone line that was approved by the town board. The residential, all it did was cut the residential and the commercial property, and the memo related to a money in lieu of land fee that would be due at this time. It really is inappropriate at this time, in my opinion, or in our opinion.
Not only that, it's not a new lot.
It's not a new lot.
And we'll be coming back to carve it up because there will be 6 or 7 lots there when it gets developed.
And at that time, the money in lieu of land fee would be assessed and would be paid. But it's not going to be developed the way it is now. It's just carving off the residential zone line and the commercial zone line.
Let me read the letter from Mr. Brenner, which is dated July 7th. I had a conversation with former Orangetown Building Department Director and Orangetown Director of Recreation Department as related to the money in lieu of land request when the planning board approved the petition of the commercial parcel from a residential parcel. Jay Greenwell sent the board a letter on July 2nd, 2025 relating to the situation. The money in lieu of land requirement is related to 2 residential lots. This payment is in order when the existing residential partial, 10 acres, is subdivided. Furthermore, the
subdivision will require an extension of time. Planning board approval will be appreciated. Do I have a motion to,
We were getting comments from Eric.
oh, okay, yeah, right, we need it or we don't need it?
There's comments from Rick saying that there's no comments, but I just wanted to let you know that there's a letter dated today saying that there's no comments. If you wanted to read it.
Yeah, I just want to get the record. This is from the Office of Building, Zoning, and Planning, Rick Oliver, July 23rd, and he has no comments. One comment that says no comments.
And we did, do the waive of the bond or the money, without,
I don't see any legal
okay.
problem with doing this.
Okay, a motion to grant, two 90-day extensions to Lynn Open Space Subdivision.
No, it's not the Glen. That's
Sorry.
the other one.
Oh.
Rathbury subdivision.
All right, motion to grant two 90-day extensions to Montauk 303 subdivision and to amend condition number 3, the PB 25-06 decision, money in lieu of land, which we determined not to be necessary since it's a subdivision with no building lots.
Amendment that you're talking about?
In other words, Eric thought wanted him to pay for money in lieu of recreation.
So he's just gonna pay it later?
That's right.
Right.
Yeah, no problem.
All in favor? Any opposed? No. You got the wording and everything good, or?
I believe I have it on the board, but
Okay.
I'll double check with you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very much.
Quite well, okay,
Quite well, thank you.
Now what you do is declare the Cinderella rule.
That would be very nice.
All right, being no other business. Oh, you knocked the door.
Don't put me in your fingers, Don.
WP Acquisition LLC, final site plan review, PB 25-33.
Good, how are you?
Why did you guys wait so long to come? Jeez, you know?
Was it okay, so you settled it?
I have comments for both the site plan review and the subdivision review.
Okay.
And then do you have the affidavit of posting?
I do right here.
We had to move that,
Perfect.
backup
Thank
generator
you.
away from you guys' property. The judge probably would have thought.
The applicant never signed this.
Oh. That was me. I did the posting.
I didn't see it.
Thank you.
No problem.
Got everybody listed? Everybody signed in?
Who are the gentlemen on the end?
Give me your name and.
Both of them.
Yeah, Anna?
Anand Olson, spelled A-A-N-E-N-O-L-S-E-N. I'm with WPG.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I got you. Yeah. Yes.
Yes, sir. What can we do you for?
Whenever you're ready, okay. Good evening. Just for the record, Ira Emanuel. I'm the attorney for the applicant. The others will introduce themselves. The board is very familiar with this application. Preliminary approval and negative declaration were granted about a year ago. Since that time, we've been working with the various agencies to meet the conditions of the preliminary approval. There was also an Article 78 that was taken by one of the neighbors. That petition was dismissed by the court. The time to appeal ran out on July 9th. And so we are back here this evening for a final re-subdivision to merge the lots into one, and also for final site plan approval. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jesse, and he will tell you.
Sure. Thanks, Ira. Again, Jesse Coakley, the engineer of record with Collier's Engineering and Design, here on behalf of the applicant. As a refresher, as Ira said, we're proposing to merge 3 tax lots that are located off of Mountain View Avenue and Route 303, demolish the existing abandoned building and the impervious surface there, and construct an approximately 175,000 square foot warehouse with associated parking and loading areas. As Ira said, we were last before the board actually just shy 1 day to the year. 7/24/24 was when we were here, and the planning board did grant preliminary approval for the site plan and re-subdivision. Since that time, we've been focusing on progressing the project on multiple fronts. One, we appeared before and secured ACABOR approval for the project. Number 2, the traffic engineer has been preparing the full design plans for the widening of Mountain View Avenue, as well as the intersection and signal improvements to Mountain View Avenue and Route 303. Those have now been submitted to DOT twice. The most recent submission was June 5th. I believe you can see in your packet the latest round of comments, which were on July 18th from DOT, which are, I think some minor comments remain for them from the plans. And then we would look to move forward with the permit there. We've met with and stay in communication with the Town Highway Department regarding the culvert project. The latest update that I got from them was probably about a couple weeks ago that they have hired the consultant the town has to aid them in bidding and overseeing the construction of the culvert project. I think they intend to let that in the coming month, and then hopefully get a contractor on board and start that work. That's obviously an important piece of the puzzle, as we will then come in and widen Mountain View Avenue. And the conditions of the preliminary approval state that the CO can't be granted until all that traffic mitigation is complete. The site plans themselves have only slightly been revised to address a majority of the Department of Engineering, Environmental Management and Engineering's comments, as well as relocating some of the utilities for the updated, I guess, floor plan, you could say, of the building. Putting utilities coming out in the middle of the building, along with relocating the transformer to that location, which is now located in the rear of the site and cuts it off from, being heard or seen by the neighbors, which was another one of the conditions from the preliminary approval. We also resubmitted the vehicle circulation plans following the PRC meeting 2 weeks ago. I think the fire inspector asked us to kind of separate things out so they could clearly see the turning movements. I know this comes to a bit of a, something that we've gone back and forth with the board here is really that driveway out to Mountain View Avenue, right? We have, at the board's request, and we're in agreement, the site driveway there is designed in a manner with a tight radius to kind of prohibit trucks from turning right and heading further west on Mountain View Avenue. It's just going to cause, if the fire truck were to leave in that manner, it would have to swing a little bit wide leaving that, but that's at the benefit of, preventing the trucks, which also there is a wayfinding signage plan that was added to the plan set, which indicates the direction for trucks on site to use, the appropriate driveway, whether they're heading north or south on Route 303. So those are resubmitted, I think, later after PRC and address the fire inspector's comment with that. And then as a reminder, the stormwater design for the project goes above and beyond the state requirements. Obviously, throughout the process, we're well aware of the flooding issues with the Sparko Creek in there, so there's additional water quality treatment proposed, and we are reducing the peak flows beyond, just meeting the existing flows. Again, the plans themselves for the site are not drastically changed. We kind of did all of the revisions during and leading up to the seeker negative declaration and the preliminary approval. Our final steps would be to obtain final approval from this board and then obtain, the final DOT permit, work with the town highway department on Mountain View Avenue, and then secure, the health department approvals for the utilities. That would be it. So that's pretty much the summary.
Let me go through the subdivision first.
Sure.
Okay, the Office of Building, Zoning and Planning, Rick Oliver, July 23rd. This again is for the re-subdivision. Has no further comments. The Department of Environmental Management and Engineering, Town of Orangetown, July 11th. They have 4 comments. Roman Professional Engineering, LLC, July 8th, has no comments. Rockland County Department of Planning, July 15th. They have 13 comments. And I have a letter from Emmanuel Law dated July 16th in respect to the subdivision. Just answering some questions. And that's it on the re-subdivision. Anything else? Okay. Andy, any questions on the re-subdivision? Not on the site plan, just on the subdivision? Nothing on the subdivision. Okay, thank you. Lisa, questions?
No,
Okay, Mike? No comments. Okay. Denise? Mike?
No, nothing on subdivision.
Bruce? Okay, make a motion to open up to the public?
Motion to open public portion, Mandel.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, anybody from the public wish to speak on the re-subdivision of this property? One more time, anybody wish to speak on the re-subdivision of this property? Okay, motion to close?
Sorry.
Okay, this is on the re-subdivision, not the site plan.
Yes. John Savage, 130 Crescent Road, Piermont, and heard from me before tonight. Yeah, so my comment or question, comment, I don't know what you call it, but how is it possible to consider the subdivision outside of the context of the site plan? The only reason for the subdivision is to enable the site plan. So why are these two things not being considered together? And I would ask this board, honestly, to consider the site plan first, and if the site plan is not acceptable, why would there be a subdivision? That's all.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else to speak on this? Close?
And George Mandel seconds.
All in favor? Aye, any opposed? None, okay. Motion for a final on the subdivision?
Motion to reaffirm.
Reaffirm. Yeah, but on subdivision? Okay, motion to reaffirm, sequel?
Mandel.
Second?
Second.
Andrews. All in favor? Any opposed? None? Motion for final on the subdivision?
Motion for final with conditions.
With conditions. And the conditions are Office of Building and Zoning Planning, Rick Oliver, July 23rd, none. Department of Environmental Management and Engineering, Town of Orangetown, July 11th, 4. Roman Professional Engineering, July 8th, none. Rockland County Department of Planning, July 15th, 13, and that's it. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay. Opposed? None. Okay. Okay. Now this is the final site plan. Yes? Okay. You already did.
I kind of ran through it, yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
Go through the consultant reports. Office of Building, Zoning and Planning, Rick Oliver, July 23rd. He has 2 comments. Department of Environmental Management and Engineering, Town of Orangetown, July 11th. We have 15 comments. Bureau of Fire Prevention, Town of Orangetown, July 8th, has 5 comments. Schools.
One we received on, it's
adverse impact with respect to drainage can be mitigated. We therefore recommend that the site plan be approved to no comments. I have a letter from AKRF. Actually, I have two of them. One is of due July 8th, and they have 3 comments. 6. Oh, the first one, July 8th.
This is second.
It's A, B, and 6, okay. And another one from July 18th with 6 comments. Second page. I have a letter from Roman Professional Engineering, PLLC, July 8th, no comments. I have a letter from Alfred Gaddy, July 10th. O&R has gas service fee in the property that will be in conflict with proposed warehouse. Please contact O&R's new business for all disconnects and reconnects. I have a letter from Jason Brenner, DOT, dated July 18th. Just discussion on a review on the property. I have a letter from Colliers Engineering, engineer's report for proposed sewer system. I have a letter from Emmanuel Law, July 16th, answering questions on the project. And I think that's it. No, anything else? Thank you very much. Yeah, there's 2 of them. Andy, questions or comments?
No. Comments, the landscaping plan is really good.
Thank you.
I like the plants and everything. They'll do justice. Questions, the new traffic pattern, is that for fire trucks only, or is that for all trucks?
So I'll answer, and good evening, everyone. Corey Chase from Dynamic Traffic. So there's both. There's the fire inspector asked us to prepare separate ones just for the fire apparatus. So Jesse did that, showed that on his plans. There are also supplemental ones that were prepared previously, which showed the tractor trailer turning movements, the various movements at the intersection and those things. But the most recent ones were just from a discussion with the fire official at PRC asking us to separate those various movements.
So, in one of 2, it says truck turning exhibit. We have, at the top of the page here, it looks like a tractor trailer coming up Mountain View and turning into the facility.
You can see at the bottom of the page, that is for.
Okay, that's what it was.
Yeah. The original submission, from what the fire inspector asked is, we were showing everything on one, it's obviously there. So the ones that were submitted last week show it broken out. That you can
Okay,
see.
so you broke, yeah, okay, you broke that out, yeah. Because there are no trucks coming off of 303, going south on 303, turning onto Mountain View,
Correct. If they're going south on 303, they'll use the site driveway to enter.
Yeah, because I was looking at the original, and it looked like I was looking at a bowl of spaghetti.
Yeah.
It would have been easier if you color-coded it.
The fire official had a similar comment, so that's in the most recent submission. Jesse actually did one for each one, the in, the out, the various movements.
We're gonna ask another question that has been Tom's pet peeve. Now that you have the subdivision and everything, it's all gonna become one lot. Is it gonna have one address? Does one of those addresses go away now that the subdivision has been approved? Or will that
Yes,
go away
yes,
now?
yes.
So it'll be, what will the address be?
That's up to E911.
So, but it will have one address?
Yes, that's correct.
So the other problem that I see the trucks are using one address. You have two areas that you get enter and exit. So trucks going north on 303 are gonna turn onto Mountain View and enter in that way. How are they gonna put that into Waze or into their, so that when they're coming up, they could miss Mountain View and it could tell them to turn off at 303. So that, I think that's gonna have to be figured out, because that's gonna be, and then the same thing, trucks coming south on 303, if they miss the turn going into the facility, what are they gonna do? They're gonna go up Mountain View.
Yeah, I mean,
That's the way, that's the only thing that I could see that navigation is
Yeah.
going to take that.
I think and Corey can weigh in here, but Mountain View Avenue with the widening that we're proposing is being done to, one, upgrade the pavement itself to heavy-duty commercial with town standard.
Yeah, because you're gonna have trucks coming on.
Exactly.
And going out.
And it does allow for trucks coming north on 303 to turn in. So trucks, if they are traveling south and miss the exit, Mountain View could still allow for a truck to get into the site. I see the bigger potential issue being the trucks traveling north, that if the site has a 303 address, they're not gonna know to turn on Mountain View to get in. But I think it's our anticipation that the vast majority of the trucks are coming from the north, from 287. Obviously, there will be some, but, we can talk to, county. I know they're gonna dictate the address, but
Somehow or other, because I've been in situations just on my own, just navigating to a new place that has multiple entrances, and somehow or other, the map makers that feed into Google and Waze, et cetera, seem to figure out which one to use. So, if there's a way for us to be proactive, certainly we would be, because it's in our best interest as well. We want to make sure that the tenants have the most efficient way of getting in and out. But the map makers seem to figure this out.
Well, I hope so, because,
Yeah, we've actually dealt with this problem on similar applications, throughout the state and throughout the neighboring states. And what they'll actually do is, once a tenant's secured, they'll go in and they'll work with the various, like Mr. Emanuel just mentioned, map makers, and they geofence it so that when the truck GPS is, if they're coming from the north, it points them into the 303 driveway. If they happen to be coming from the south, it'll tell them to turn left on Mountain View Avenue and go in that way. Because it's in the tenant's best interest to work with the map makers to make sure this happens, because they don't want their trucks, making aberrant turns and becoming a problem, because then they're going to be the ones that get the complaints, having to deal with that. So it's pretty typical that they'll work with them to make sure that, whatever the address is, whether it's a Mountain View or 303 address, that they're appropriated to the right entrance based on the direction they're coming.
I think there was a map here, was showing truck coming down Mountain View, like off of Western Highway.
So I think that's because, the other sheet here, that is where the fire department comes from. They're gonna come down that
This
way.
looked like a 18-wheeler on the ground.
So it's just the same, we got the specs from
Yeah.
Majewski here, so
Okay.
it's the fire truck coming down, making the turn in. That's it, we're
But
not
that was
sure.
on the original map. On the original, not the one that was redrawn. Not the one that was just submitted.
Oh, the one that had all of them?
Yeah.
I mean, that was all, at least the ones on ours was all just for the fire truck. I know I have in here the, vehicle circulation Corey with, the 18-wheeler, but that's strictly through the intersection. It's just been fire trucks, we're not.
And I think graphically at that scale, the fire truck has tandem rear axles. It could certainly just graphically look like it might be a tractor trailer, but The only thing coming from that direction that we had shown was the fire apparatus.
Okay. Truck sign.
Correct.
Linden Highway or Mountain View. Coming, I have nothing further. Lisa, question, comments?
No, Andy asked a few things that I was curious about, and then I want to hear from AKRF and their comments. So.
Thank you. Mike?
Yeah, just a couple of them. The trailers are backed into, the parking spots for the trailers, they're back them in. What's behind there to stop it from continuing to go into the drainage? I didn't see anything on the map like a barrier, or
So-
stops, or.
We don't have a barrier proposed there right now. We just have the curb. One of the things is, Mr. Peters likes to refer to not likes to, but the state manual has a pond buffer where, aside from a potential fence at the buffer, he doesn't want walls or, I think, guardrails or bollards, in this quote-unquote pond buffer, which extends like 25 feet out from like the 100-year water surface level. So that actually goes into the parking lot, that buffer, or right up to it. So we don't have any fall
The only thing there is
protection
curb, in
there.
other words.
Just
Okay.
curb, yeah.
Now, was the sequence of the construction added as a note to the plans?
Yeah, I think what Mr. Peters wants, we didn't add it and submit it, but we do have on our sequence about the thing that he wanted last time was, the box note, but what he wanted first was the relocation of the sewer, the sanitary sewer. So that is, we have to come in and do the temporary sediment basin first, the demolition, but then the next first thing after that is the relocation of the sewer. So I think we do have to add that as a box note per his request, so that's not a problem.
And, okay, the proposed emergency spillway in the southeast corner of Mention Bay. Who's the overflow directed to?
So we have it designed where the emergency spillway is usually just like at the top, but we actually rip-rap down this embankment into an inlet that exists there, which is the connection point for the outfall for the existing site. And then that goes out through an easement to the Route 303 municipal storm sewer.
Spillway DOT's comments still on the
So
section?
So we have their comments, I think, in that July 18th. Yeah, I don't think there's anything.
That was actually the second, right? So we got the initial round of comments, we responded to them, we just got comments on the 18th, so
Now our stop bars on 303 going north are.
they're being shifted as we discussed at the preliminary site plan hearing.
Oh, and that backup generator, it's all the way down, you can see it on.
Yeah, we don't, we have the transformer we moved to this spot. We don't have the generator there right now because we're waiting for O&R to confirm the transformer size, but we just need to see if it's,
Okay,
what's gonna go there.
Is it marked on the?
But we'll put a note here for it,
Okay.
because that's where we're gonna want it, so.
Okay, so put a note where the.
Yep.
on the-
Yeah, it's positioned, you can see here, there's a bump out, I'll just point to it on the screen. You can keep this plan up, this is good. Right here is where we're gonna,
Oh, okay.
where it is, so the building kind of cuts it off now completely.
Oh, okay.
And it works better with the inside floor plan now to be able to service that.
Put a note on there, marking it.
Yep.
That's all I have to start, thank you. Denise, anything? Mike, anything?
been a long time. We've had some nice debates, and my concerns have been on the record. They're still valid. It's like I said before, the worst intersection in the greater overlay, the intersection rated in F. Just to refresh, is it remaining in F? According to the state,
Yeah, there's certainly some operational movements at the intersection, but we are proposing significant improvements to Mountain View Avenue as well as the intersection as part of this project.
We're still gonna remain in the F rating with the state?
With the state, it's not an overall F, it's just certain movements at the intersection.
Because now it's gonna be an F with just truck traffic on it, right? Can I answer your question now, or? You had two letters, back and forth from WPT.
What was the question?
Just in reference to your letters, WPT, there was one July 8th and July 18th. These are just, you saw the new plan and made comments on the new plans on the July 18th letter?
Yes, that's correct.
And there were some outstanding comments that weren't addressed?
Yes.
You want to go over those? Or?
Mr. Chairman, is now the right time, or should we continue?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Great, so there are still some outstanding comments, and I'll try to be brief and summarize the outstanding ones at the moment. So because changes are being made at the Mountain View and 303 intersections, you immediately trigger the need to meet the latest standards and regulations. So that's ADA, PRO-WAG, the MUTCD and New York State DOT standards. Like, that's all an alphabet jumble, but it ultimately means all the state, federal requirements need to be met. In terms of ADA, which is accessibility, we need to make sure that there are curb ramps. So for instance, at the northwest corner of the intersection, there is a sidewalk, there is a pedestrian signal, there is no curb ramp, and that does not meet ADA or PRO-WAG requirements. We need to make sure we're meeting that.
Just real quick on that, Elaine, apologies for interrupting you. So that curb ramp is actually being constructed as part of the culvert project. So we show it as existing on our plans, but it is being reconstructed as part of the culvert project. They are also reconstructing the curb ramp on the southwest corner. Obviously, we're modifying that radius, so then we would have to remodify that curb ramp. Depending on how the construction sequence goes, they may never construct the initial curb ramp on the southwest corner. It may just ultimately be our curb line and our curb ramp. So both those are being reconstructed. Certainly happy to work with you to make it more clear. And I know you commented on the crosswalk. I believe we showed it as just two longitudinal lines where there's ladder style out there now. So the crosswalk is being maintained, but we'd certainly be happy to switch it to the ladder style versus the longitudinal style striping.
The highest visibility ladder style is very much preferred.
Sure.
I think it would be important to show at least the curb ramp on your plans.
Okay.
Just to represent what the future condition will be with your improvements with the culvert, because these are not independent, right? They're interlocked. The culvert needs to be widened in order for this project to happen ultimately.
Yeah, we can certainly make those adjustments to the plans.
Right. In addition to that, ADA requirements for pedestrian signals, updated push buttons, pedestrian signal visors, these are all extremely helpful and good to have, and also required by ADA, so we'd like to see those on the plan. In terms of the other requirements for traffic signals, we want to make sure you're using standard NEMA phasing where possible, and that's just standard traffic signal phasing, which is usually required by DOT. I understand that DOT provided a comment memo, and I just skimmed through this today. What I'm going to be commenting on is going to be slightly beyond, and I'm a little surprised that they had not picked up on these things. Traffic signal heads, so right now in the northbound direction, you have a four-section traffic signal head that has a bicolor green and yellow arrow. I know this may sound confusing to the board and also to the residents, but it basically means you have a traffic signal, and then at the very bottom you have this arrow that can change green or yellow depending on what the phase is. This is no longer allowed by federal and state standards because it is not, it can be harmful if, for instance, someone who is colorblind reaches the intersection and can't tell what color it is. So New York State DOT in recent years has shifted over to a newer traffic signal head standard, and that's most likely in this case you'll need a doghouse traffic signal, and that's your 5 section. And it's just better for accessibility reasons and required just so no one gets into a crash here making that left turn. I know it sounds a little crazy and a little off, but we're just making sure we're up to standard. What else? In terms of other adjustments, other requirements for New York State DOT, our staff noticed that the cable type you're proposing, or the conduit type you're proposing, is not a New York State standard, so that should be updated. In addition, based on all the adjustments to the intersection, you're proposing a new left turn only sign, and that was based on comments from DOT. So anytime you're adding anything onto the traffic signal, on the arm of the traffic signal, you need to do a structural analysis to make sure that the signal arm can handle the load. So what that means is a structural engineer needs to get involved and evaluate whether or not it can hold the load of a sign. It might seem small, but these signs are quite heavy still, so we just want to make sure we're up to standard there. And while you're at it, you might as well add signal backplates. They're not an expensive lift, and because you're already doing the structural analysis, you might as well add the signal backplates on. What signal backplates are, if you've driven through new traffic signals, it is a yellow backplate that's installed, and it's just to make sure that drivers in glare conditions or in like low lighting conditions can see the traffic signal more readily, and this helps us prevent rear end crashes and certain other types of crashes, so it helps it a lot in terms of safety. So looking into adding that as well would be helpful. Because we're widening Mountain View, you're also shifting the lanes, right? And when you're shifting the lanes, you also need to shift the traffic signal heads to make sure you're still aligned between the drivers and their view of each traffic signal. And so just make sure that everything is fully aligned. It didn't seem to line up when we looked at it, but just take a second look at it. Additionally, another standard is we need to make sure that all traffic signal heads are at least 40 feet away from the stop bar. Traffic signal head number 6 is not, it's 35. So shifting that, I don't know if it's a matter of moving the location on the mast arm or moving the mast arm itself, but whatever you can do there to make sure we're meeting MUTCD standards would be good. And I understand that a lot of what I said was highly technical, but in summary, there is still progress to be made in terms of the traffic signal improvements. We know that it's feasible in terms of, DOT approves this, DOT agrees with these changes, but we want to make sure that the town is covered in terms of liability if a crash were to happen at this intersection. Yeah, that sums it up for me.
Thank you. In your opinion, these plans need to be adjusted?
Yes.
And they need to be changed?
Yes, they do.
All right. Another thing, just really quick, I'm gonna touch on something else. Bruce Peters' letter. He's got a few, I guess, comments saying that, number 9, landscaping plan shall be revised. So throughout his memo, you see a couple revisions. The basics shall be redesigned, about bullet point 16. Number 3, must be designed in accordance with incorporating all the design elements spelled out in NYSDEC. So all of this.
Yeah.
He's looking for some changes on the plans too as well.
Yeah.
In his office. This shall be corrected. Number 13, so there's a few things, as you can see, with the traffic intersection is not saying an issue still. Bruce Peters has not saying issues. One of the things I haven't seen talked about too much, I remember it feels like years ago, that Andy was very concerned, and me as well, about trucks turning to the driveway on 303. Do we have a truck turning map of the 303 driveway? Trucks going southbound on 303 and then
pulling in.
right.
That's,
It's unsignalized,
Yeah, we do. That's been submitted and reviewed. It was submitted actually as part of the preliminary site plans.
yeah, just want to see if you ever
I don't think it's in there.
I think it's in this pack.
No, it's in your plans, Jesse. That's just the intersection stuff?
Yeah.
It should be on the Collier site plan package. It's,
Well, while you're looking for it, I'll
Yeah.
just voice my concerns. Yeah, I'm sure you know what they are. A fully loaded truck coming down the 303, 45, 50 miles per hour, coming to a dead stop, making a right into an unsignalized driveway. The safety fully loaded truck turning in, sudden stop. It's such a safety issue for me. And then in the same way, the truck coming out of the driveway on 303, fully loaded, coming out, going from 0 miles per hour, catching up to 55 miles per hour, and some, some spots there. Yeah, 55 miles per hour, really? Anyway, the big safety issue, and we see it all over town, these trucks coming in and out of these spots where they shouldn't, and crossing over lanes, crossing over, crossing into traffic. And I just see it's such a big safety concern for me. And I wonder if safety analysis was ever done, showing if a truck is safe.
I mean, we've done the truck turning, and the driveway has a very big radius there with a mountable curb in the middle, designed up to DOT's driveway standards, which is the driveway entity is. Yeah.
Is good, but I'm saying like the safety factor.
Yeah, that's taken into the design. That's why they have the design regulation. I mean, he's not.
Yeah, it doesn't have to stop, that's why.
Does it have to stop to turn in?
It doesn't, no, that's why, as Jesse mentioned, the radius is designed in such a manner that the truck can slow down and then turn into the site. It's not a.
Like, this is a
I've seen
4-page
trucks turning in
set.
and
I
out.
think
They
it's
should
cheaper.
pretty much come to a stop to safely make it right into the place. But do you have it on it?
I thought that was the Mountain View one. These are just the fire truck.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, in a long
Yeah,
time.
it's definitely in there though.
I don't want to turn in. See
Yeah.
if we can safely make a right
Yeah.
without crossing into,
Yeah, I mean, this was submitted in preliminary. This was something we did in preliminary. These were the ones that were asked to provide this time. So, I mean, that driveway is designed where it doesn't have to do that. Like, the radii on both curbs are wide enough that match the turning radii of the truck to be able to just pull into the rightmost lane without crossing, even the dashed line, into the second travel lane.
I mean, even coming out,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it wouldn't cross into the other lane of traffic?
Correct.
Yeah, I'm still on the record saying that I think it's a real safety concern. Trucks coming at it with no signal, fully loaded, it's, making right out and right in off a highway, it seems crazy. Well, that's all I got to know. Bruce, anything? Yeah, go ahead.
Coming into the facility off of 303, are you gonna have a sign, an address sign like out there that might help the truckers?
Yes, so we will,
But,
the one issue that we have at that location, I think in our renderings, we had like an address there. The one issue that we have at that spot is there is a 30-inch Rockland County sewer line that runs along the front of the property there, and that has an easement. So we can't have any structures in that easement. I think we'll have a typical, I think we have a sign in the median that just says, enter. But the address sign will have to be set back a little bit. And I think our landscape.
in the island?
So that's technically in the easement, and this sign would probably have to have like a footing, So we do have we are gonna have one. We didn't go for signage to Akabor yet, so that still has to be, that'll be a later application.
Yeah, just a thought.
But yeah, no, I agree, and I think we would try to, I think the landscaping is designed as such there that the address sign could be like easily visible. We're not proposing higher plantings there.
Motion to open the public. Motion to open public portion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody from the public wish to speak on this project? This is the site plan? Yes, ma'am.
Vanessa Lappin, 659 Western Highway, Blauvelt. So I think we've got a mess right on our hands because of that intersection and what goes on Greenbush Road with the trucks that we know go in the wrong direction, go over the mountain. And so the address issue is real. The trucks turning every which way happens today, and I'm not sure there's any way to mitigate that I've seen presented by the applicant. So I would ask the board to really dive into this before they approve the final plan to make sure that all of the turns are mitigated because we already have problems there and lots of accidents of truck versus car. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any questions? Yes, sir.
Yeah, John Savage again, 130 Crescent Road, Piermont.
Sorry, what was the number again?
130. And I just want to second that. I mean, we can say, oh, people work with map makers or whatever, but I was just behind, you know, a container truck that somehow ended up on 9W today and tried to make the left down the road that I always forget what it's called by Mountain House there. It's not, yeah, there are applications for truckers, but half of them still use Waze, right? So the idea that this is not going to be a problem is a fallacy. But just generally, you know, what I want to say is I think over the last year, we've seen lots of creative solutions to some very technical problems. What I'm still haven't heard, right, is a discussion of the fact that Orangetown already has lots of warehouses, and how another warehouse at this particular location fits into a plan for sustainable development and increased quality of life for residents, right? We can solve all these technical problems, and at the end of the day, after we have solved them, is this a place, is this project benefiting the residents of Orangetown? And I have never heard a strong affirmative answer to that question. I have not heard lots of people standing up saying, yes, this is a project that belongs at this corner, not someplace else. You know, we have lots of land out there, right? I mean, in some ways, it'd be a better option to flip this one and the data center project, right? That would almost be a more sensible use of both pieces of land. So, you know, that's what I come to these meetings looking for. That's what I come to these meetings not having heard. You know, again, for I think several of us were here almost exactly a year ago, and really nothing's changed on that subject. So that's really all I have to say. But other than to thank everybody for being here till you know, God knows what time it is tonight. So I know it's a tough job. I know you guys kind of pour your hearts into that, and I appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else who wishes to speak on this project?
Motion to close public portion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None. Motion to reaffirm sequel?
Motion to reaffirm secret.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
I opposed last time, so I'll continue.
Mandel, second by Andrews. Okay, motion for final with conditions.
Does the board have any concerns about the outstanding issues?
Gonna make that as conditions.
You don't want to pull the board? You don't want to pull the board?
You wanna poll the board, Mr. Chairman? You want to poll the board?
Okay. What conditions do you want to?
No, so are they good with final with the conditions?
That we're gonna, you have conditions you want, we'll put into it.
Yeah, the AKRS comments.
Yeah, we just discussed that, it's a,
No?
that is conditions.
All right, that's all part of the conditions. Okay, go ahead.
So final with conditions.
Go through sorry, I was getting tired. Okay, Office of Building, Zoning, and Planning, Rick Oliver, July 23rd, has 2 comments. Department of Environmental Management in Town of Orangetown, July 11th. 15 comments. Bureau of Fire Prevention, July 8th, has 5 comments on 1 page. Again, Bureau of Fire Prevention, July 8th, has another 5 comments, different comments, 2 different letters.
Second letter was received on July 9th.
believe, July 8th.
The ninth one would be.
Rockland County Department of Planning, July 15th. Has 18 comments. Rockland County Sewer District Number 1, letter received on July 23rd, the letter dated July 22nd, has 4 comments, 5 comments. Rockland County Sewer District Number 1, May 14th letter received on May 14th, has 5 comments. A letter from Weston Sampson, July 22nd, 4 comments. Letter from Booker Engineering, February 28th, 2024. Says that the comments have been addressed. Now, let me hold off this for a second. Roman Professional Engineering, PLLC, July 8th, no comments. Alfred Gaddy, July 10th, that's O&R, has 1 comment. Jason Brenner, DOT, July 18th. And that's all. Okay, now we got AKRF, July 8th, received on July 8th. The comments you made, is it both letters or one letter?
Primarily from the July 18th letter, but I also noted that in that letter that I was making verbal comments at this meeting because I didn't have a lot of time to review, so my verbal comments should also be included. And I,
Verbal comments unless you have them all.
Why don't you state them
again, yes. So we're very clear? Can I email them? Or,
We heard them, I think we understood them. Yeah, and if Ms. Dew wants to email them subsequently, that's fine with us.
Okay.
It's late and they were pretty technical.
Okay, so,
I have 2 notices from AKRF. One is July 8th, received July 8th, and she has 6 comments. And the other one was July 18th, received July 18th, with 6 comments, and no different comments.
AKRF will email the verbal comments that you made at this meeting, and was acceptable by the applicant that she emailed it.
Yes,
Thank you, sir.
yes. Mr. Chairman, I do have a question, though, at the risk of prolonging the meeting. We do have, as you noted, there are 2 different letters from the fire inspector, and they appear to say 2 different things.
One says it's okay, the other one says this.
And so, just to refer to that is not sufficient, because we won't know what to do. The board needs to.
Yeah, I would say that the second letter was received on the 9th. That should be the one.
Well,
July 8th, received July 8th, says the Bureau of Fire Prevention has no further comments, okay? The other letter, July 8th, received July 9th, I think is the precedent letter, where it said the truck turning exhibit must be clarified for fire trucks turning right.
well, okay, we've clarified that exhibit. The question is that we still have an issue with the fire truck that is, as it's exiting, it is going to go over the center line. And the question we have for you, and that, of course, is a conflict with your direction to us to limit right turns. So we need a decision from the board as to which way to go, because we can't go both.
There were fire trucks there.
I don't know.
We do have,
Yeah, I would say, just so the board's clear, it's only the exiting movement for the fire truck, so it's leaving. And it could also go to 303 to exit the site, so it does not have to use the Mountain View Avenue driveway to exit the site. So based on our prior discussions, and we think it's more pressing that you keep the radius tighter so that you restrict trucks from making that turn. And, right, so in my professional opinion, there is no negative impact associated with either the fire truck, A, using its emergency lights to pull out of the driveway and cross the center line, or using the Route 303 driveway to exit the site.
So that should be made clear in your resolution as to, because otherwise, if you just refer to this second July 8th letter, it's not going to be clear.
So the thing would be the fire trucks can use the 303 exit?
Because they're gonna go down to Orangeburg Road.
No, make it, yeah, they want that either Orangeburg Road, or they'll make a right on to Mountain View, either one or the other.
Yeah.
Bring it back to their firehouse.
If I can make a suggestion, just make the first July 8th letter, the one received July 8th, as the condition and not include the second one, because otherwise they're identical.
Correct. The bottom four are identical.
The bottom four are identical, exactly. And that would resolve the question.
It really does, because if they have to get out, they just turn their lights on and they can cross over traffic.
Exactly. Or go out 303.
Go out 303, their option.
Yeah.
Make a decision either way.
It's the board's discretion. I would just ask Ms. Dew what her, we have a consultant who's an expert in traffic. I would ask her to put on the record what, if she has any comments on the choice.
I concur with Mr. Chase. I think it's acceptable, in my professional opinion, it's acceptable for them to cross over the double yellow with their lights on, having other people on the road stop, or just exit at Mountain View.
Board happy with that? Absolutely. Think so. Yeah. Okay with you,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as we're looking for clarity.
Yeah, okay, that'll be,
So we're gonna let go of the one that's received the 9, we're gonna accept. And we're gonna leave it at that.
The condition of the and not a condition of the
Thank you.
does anybody else have any other conditions? Mike, you have anything you want to add? You never say nothing, you know, I didn't mean it that way. It's,
I have to midnight,
if you have information, you have to do it, you know. Okay.
I'll second.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay.
What do we second?
The, final conditions.
Final with conditions.
And,
Does this have to have secret
Was done.
we did that already.
Sorry, I'm on the wrong page.
That's okay. All right. Take your time.
One second. Secret, I have final
Okay.
conditions, yep.
Roll call vote? Okay, roll call vote. And Ms. Andrews seconded it.
Andrews,
And we do a roll call vote, go ahead, Andrew.
Okay, yes.
Mr. Mandel, yes. Me, no. Opposed? Five to two.
Yep.
Is that
Yep.
right? 5 to 2? Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. Okay. We've got everything else, make a motion to adjourn? Oh, we got the minutes.
No, you have a referral. You have a referral from Clarkstown.